6 o'clock. I will now call the Budget Committee meeting to order and request Claudia to do a roll call.
Committee Member Bolden.
Here.
Councillor Cunningham.
Here.
Committee Member Frost. Councillor Tukolsky.
Present.
Committee Member Ernst.
Present.
Councillor Payne.
Here.
Committee Member Watney.
Here. Here.
Councillor Chenoweth.
Here.
Committee Member Harmon Ferry will be joining later. Councillor Geary.
Good evening.
Council President Peralta.
Presente.
Mayor Morris. Here. Committee Member Mason is absent this evening, and Chair Maxfield.
Here. If you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councillor Payne, could you lead us in the pledge? Welcome. It's another full evening. Thank you so much for coming and showing interest in this process. We will now turn the time over to public testimony. Any interested audience members are invited to provide comments on the proposed budget. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and we will listen to all comments this evening. If we don't get to you tonight, additional opportunities for public testimony may be available during the budget meeting tomorrow night on the 23rd. To ensure all voices are heard, we kindly request that the individuals sign up to provide public comment on only one of these evenings. Public testimony received through the city website or emails will be added to the public record of the meeting. If you are on Zoom and wish to speak, please use the raise your hand feature or chat feature and send a chat to Claudia. Once your turn is up, we will announce your name and unmute your mic. To ensure fairness, we will alternate between the participants who signed up in person and those who registered via Zoom. Please announce your name and the city you live in for the record. We will start with those who have registered. Claudia, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
Yes, before we start, I do want to state for the record that we received several written comments, which I have forwarded to the Budget Committee. Additionally, we added the Q&A number 4, which also has been emailed to the Budget Committee, and all will be entered into the record on the amended packet posted tomorrow. First, we will start with Devin Paolo.
Good evening. My name is Devin Paolo, and I'm here tonight to ask that the city continues to fund the McMinnville Economic Development Partnership at current levels at a minimum. I'm wearing a few different hats tonight as I support MEDP. I'm here as a citizen concerned about a strong economy.
Devin?
Yes.
Can you see if your mic is on the, is it a green? Yeah. Okay.
Is that better? No. All right. I'm wearing a few different hats tonight as I support MEDP. I'm here as a citizen concerned about a strong economy and great jobs in McMinnville. I'm here as a business owner that has been both a sustaining partner, board member, and a beneficiary of the amazing work that MEDP does. And I'm here as a current board member of McMinnville Industrial Promotions, one of the 3 funding partners for MEDP. One of the city's strategic priorities is economic prosperity. The strategic plan defines this as providing economic opportunity for all residents through sustainable growth across a balanced array of traditional and innovative industry sectors. The City Council's priorities aim to regain an employer base that enhances the livability of McMinnville, balancing the tourist economy. This is precisely the work that MEDP does, the reason the city committed to this partnership in the first place, and the reason the city needs to not abandon the partnership. MEDP's primary focus is traded sector business. They've connected local businesses to millions of dollars in grants. They've developed internship and workforce development programs that have gained regional and national attention. They're the primary contact point for new businesses looking to relocate to McMinnville and for existing businesses looking to expand. In addition to these key roles, they go well beyond supporting just traded sector businesses. They're an integral part of the regional economic development process. And many of you have participated in events such as the Startup Boot Camp and the Sprout Summit that support businesses of all kinds. The proposed elimination of funding for MEDP is a relatively small reduction in expenses for the city, but a massive cut for MEDP. I believe it's a short-term solution at the expense of long-term priorities. Everyone is asked to tighten their budgets when things are tight, and I think it should be noted that MEDP has already made significant cuts to programs and services over the past few years because funding has not kept up with increased costs. They've been responsible with the funding they received, and the ROI on that funding has been extraordinary. I understand these are not easy decisions. I respect all of you for your thoughtful approach and for your service to our city. And I ask that as you work towards a balanced budget, you keep funding MEDP in place, allowing them to continue their work, helping businesses create great jobs, and building a strong, diverse, resilient economy in McMinnville. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to state for the record that committee member Frost has joined via Zoom.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elena Madrick.
Good evening. Elena Mudrak. I live in McMinnville. Councillor Cunningham has said it best last night when he highlighted that the elimination of cuts to the police budget is a hopeful allocation over $500,000 wherein there isn't actually demand or need for this money at the moment. However, other departments that serve the community are already seeing cuts and have present needs. We are still waiting on the greenways to be installed from an ODOT collaboration a couple of years ago that was projected for 2024-2025 that the community invested a lot of time in. Parks are currently in need of maintenance. Public facilities are lacking across the city. The PROS plan demonstrated clear needs that our community wants now, not prospective needs. Where was the harm in continuing conversation and tabling the premature decision? The fact that Councillor Cunningham's motion was dismissed demonstrated an unwillingness to engage in real, honest negotiations around the budget. Planning Director Richards came to the meeting well prepared to contribute a balanced budget. The Planning Department of McMinnville has been sideswiped by understaffing appeals for decades, which has added to the current growing pains of our city. The Planning Department does interdepartmental work in concert with Public Works, Engineering, Parks and Recreation, and more. A truly community-minded approach. It's incredibly suspect that no scrutiny was given to the police department as it followed in the proceedings. There was no attempt by Chief Woods to collaborate with the rest of the city for a balanced budget, and quite swiftly, the cuts were rescinded from the police budget. Parks, libraries, programming, and smart planning make safe cities proactively. I'm really disappointed in the fact that an amendment was pushed through so quickly without even waiting to see what the rest of the departments might bring to the table. How is it that we will, without pause, defund every other department in the city and remain unwavering in support to one department? I hope that you all proceed with, in good faith, being willing to speak and advocate for all departments, not just one. I think it's a little silly that the largest budget item will not see those cuts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Miriam Peterson.
My name is Miriam Peterson. I live here in McMinnville. After the budget decisions made last night, I am very concerned about the cuts that will need to be made this evening. The elimination of cuts related to the police budget is a misuse of the city's limited resources. It was an irresponsible decision to claim funds for vacant police positions that the department has been unable to fill. The result will now be to either put the city below the 2-month reserves budget plan, or we'll see cuts from other departments, including the loss of jobs and programs that actually exist now and currently serve the community. Preventative safety measures do not exclusively come from the police department. As Councillor Tucholsky stated last night, the planning department, led by Director Richards, does A+ work, for which we are very fortunate. They do so even while being understaffed for a city of our size and certainly underfunded. A planning department with a transportation expert could design and build safer streets rather than relying primarily on law enforcement to give out tickets. Our Parks and Rec and library departments provide safe places for all members of our community, maintaining our public spaces and providing much-needed resources. As the city continues to grow, we will not see the same quality of life with an under-resourced library and a parks department too small to maintain even our existing parks. It would be a disservice to our entire community to reduce funding of departments like these in order to protect current vacancies that are likely to remain vacant in other departments. As you do your best to balance a limited city budget, please keep in mind what a balanced city looks like. We currently dedicate a large amount of our budget to the police department, and there are other valuable departments that deserve the same preference and priority. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is everyone that has signed up.
Right. Thank you very much for being here. Before we move to the Q&A, I just wanted to kind of remind everyone that these budget hearings have been very different than any one I've been a part of in the past. We made more motions and amendments last night than we have ever made since I've been on the budget committee. And so it's been a little bit, I don't know what the right word is, different. So I just wanted to express appreciation for everyone's flexibility, and as we're figuring out what the best way to move through this efficiently. I think we learned last night that maybe we shouldn't rush to make a motion. We should maybe propose, say, I'm thinking a motion like this. What does everyone think? So we can take time to discuss before we're then forced to vote. I also, if I'm not jumping in and someone wants a straw poll, I'm fine with someone proposing it, because I think it just, we were kind of inefficient last night when we were considering tabling and amending motions, so I think we could do better. We're just all figuring this out, and I appreciate all of us being flexible. So, thanks. With that said, we are going to move to Q&A about the municipal court. Does anyone have any questions or amendments they're considering about the municipal court? Yes, Councilor Cunningham.
I don't know if this is working. Right? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's not as good as the other one I had the other day. Could we please have Director Henry take us through her thoughts again on, with the add-backs, what that would mean for municipal court, and to give us the numbers on what that, her suggestions would be?
Yes.
And unmuting myself helps to do that. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Budget Committee, and the public. Thank you all for being here. So for the court, I want to relay what has been conveyed to me by our court manager, by our court staff. The first essential thing for the court, if we are to get the 3 additional positions in police that we've talked about, it will be essential to have that 1 FTE that was cut. We were in the process of hiring someone on when the budget, when the proposed budget was being worked on, and did not fill that in the current year. And that cost is $102,000. That is the cost for that 1 FTE. Now, what we did not include in the proposed budget and did not consider to be a reduction is that we have one individual who is at 0.6 FTE, and there was a request to increase that to 1 FTE that was not put forward. So when I mentioned the 0.4 last night, that did not make it into any requests, but that is what the staff believes. Should there be mention and request to put forward the software that has been delayed due to lack of personnel, and should there be added police officers, there would have to be adequate court personnel to do all of that. And so there would need to be that extra 0.4 as well for that additional person. And that is approximately 50,000, but there are benefits as well. So I would have to run that. We would have to run those numbers more in depth because that has not been proposed in the budget yet.
I believe I saw Committee Member Ernst with her hand raised. Is that?
Yes, I was going to ask essentially the same question that Councillor Cunningham asked. So thank you, Director Henry, for answering it.
Committee Member Bolden?
Just for clarification, I'm a little bit confused because you're talking about the, Director, you're talking about the 0.6 of the court clerk, which is under the 7,000-10, and then there's a court clerk of 1 FTE under the 7,005. So are you saying it's 1.4, or am I'm not quite clear.
So we have 1.6 FTE right now. Well, we have the court manager, and then we have one person who is 0.6 who is there all the time, and then we have the court supervisor who is 1 FTE. And then we would normally have added 1 additional FTE, which is currently vacant. We did not fill that position. So that's the 1 FTE that you see in the cuts that was made, that 1 FTE. The individual who is 0.6, the intention for the department, not the city as a whole, but at the department level, was to hopefully move into bringing that 0.6 to a 1.0. And if we are going to implement the software, which I'm sure will come up in this conversation, someone will bring that up here shortly, but the software that we've been talking about at least since last year, it will take at least that additional 0.4 to be able to do the additional work involved in an implementation. So that's the 0.4 you're not seeing anywhere. It just finishes out that 0.6 that you do see to make a full FTE. The person's currently working part-time and has done some extra hours that have been paid for with some additional grant funding that we had left over. So she has been working more than 0.6. But that funding is over at the end of this year.
Can I follow up?
Just a little bit closer to the mic.
Jeez. So a total court clerk number would be 2 FTE then, with the 0.4 that you were just speaking of for the software upgrade, and then your recommendation about filling the other due to the increase in police. Is that correct?
So 2 at the lower level court clerk would be the total. We currently have 0.6.
Katie, just a correction there. Sorry for stepping
Yes.
in. This is Vicki. We have currently right now a court supervisor, a senior court clerk that's 1.0 FTE, and then a 0.6 court clerk. So total of 2.6 in court right now.
I was just talking about that lower level court clerk position.
Councillor Chenoweth?
So my first question may not be to the court clerk, although it kind of, or the court, but it kind of is related to the court. Currently, we have a bailiff at the court, as I understand it, that's being done through the reserve program. And there was discussion to potentially get rid of the reserve program, which is something I will be putting on the table to not do. But if we do get rid of the reserve program, does that bailiff go away? And if so, then are we going to go without a bailiff, or do we need to hire a bailiff to take his place, and what does that look like?
My understanding, and Chief Wood can correct me or not, is that we were going to address that once we see how these budget discussions move forward, but that yes, we would have to have a bailiff, but that we had not settled on what the final decision would be on where that would fall. Chief Wood, do you recall any other discussion on that matter?
So I think the funding from the bailiff doesn't come out of the police department. I believe it's a different funding stream.
Correct. It comes out of the court.
Right. And so there are two separate funding streams with that individual, one from the police department for extra help, and then the one through your Muni Court. I don't, could you repeat the second part of your question?
Well, if that be true, then that's not one of the part-time or full-time employees we were just discussing. And if we're paying a bailiff to be in there, where is that in the budget?
The bailiff actually shows up, it's a municipal court security officer.
Okay.
And so that's a 0.2 FTE, and happens to be the same person who's working in the reserve, one of those people who's working in the reserve program, but the cost for the bailiff duties are still funded in the budget.
We need a bailiff, correct? If we're having court, that's non-optional. Is that a correct assumption? Okay. So that being the case, and if it's only 0.2 FTE, and we lose this reserve position.
Counselor Chenoweth, the bailiff duties are separate from the reserve program, two completely different positions, so.
Fine, but it's the same person.
Correct, but their position, that person holds two completely separate positions, and the bailiff assignment is unrelated to the reserve officer position.
Okay, so maybe I'll take this a different way so I can get to the question get the answer I'm trying to get. If that reserve officer is no longer employed by the city for whatever the reason may be, and we have to find another person to replace them at a 0.2 hours, who and where are we going to find that kind of person? If we don't have a reserve program that brings them in part of the way, and we don't have, I mean, a 0.2 is not much of a pay scale.
Yeah, we've historically had bailiffs, and that's all they did. We've always had a bailiff.
Okay, so that's not a concern.
Not a concern.
Perfect. That's where I was going with that. My next question would be, I asked in one of my many questions that I presented that you guys were so kind to answer, when is the last time we upgraded the fee scale within the court system? And the answers I got back were essentially right around 2015, if I recall correctly. And this may be to I don't know who can answer it, or if they can answer it, this is maybe a crystal ball question, but would going through that process generate more revenue by which to fund the things we need in the court?
It would generate some, or could generate some. As staff, we've been asked by council not to increase costs, at least until recently, increase fees. So there was a specific request not to bring increases in fee schedules, which is why those hadn't been increased in the past. There's also the fact that many of the fees are not paid. The ones that go for many of the repeat offenders and things like that. So yes, would it make a difference? Yes, it would to some degree. Would it make a significant difference? Not for a while, and not enough to offset things immediately. We would have to go through that process and through the vetting. So it could be done on a supplemental budget, for example, but not in time for this budget.
At the risk of putting more staff, more work on limited staff capacity, I think it would be worthwhile to determine whether or not we are within what is the norm throughout the state of Oregon on our fees, and if not, get our fees up to where we are in the norm, and perhaps that difference will fund this software that we have put off and put off and put off and put off and put off.
And if council so chooses, then we will take that direction down the road to do so.
Mayor Morris?
Thank you. So the court, I don't know if any of you go to the court, but I go and watch, and they are absolutely short-staffed and have been for quite some time and do everything by hand. They don't have computers. So I did have knowing this was on for immediately tonight, I had a discussion with the court today, and it's my understanding, I'm just trying to confirm with Jason, but that the one FTE would be acceptable. and I can confirm that again, but the one FTE would absolutely be what they need. The other would be extra. They could use it, but they definitely want the one. There was also some cuts that they're willing to take in that department that are on the budget, which is the travel and education, which is $7,000. They state based of the fact that they are so busy that they don't have time to do that. So that could be something that we could take off. And also the uniforms, they said that they're in a good shape, and those were things they offered to me when I was down there today. So I appreciate that. And as for the fees, I asked that question again today myself, and parking hasn't been updated since 2014, and court fees since 2017. So it would be something that I would encourage us to look at as well when we have time. I think that we can address some things, and the fact that they're definitely in that every day, and they have some other ideas that I would love to have the council hear from them maybe in a future work session as well. So,
Madam Chair, may I address the committee?
Sure.
As the director of the department, it is extremely difficult for me to hear that there have been negotiations with members of the budget committee without my knowledge as to items that could be taken out of the budget. I just want to state that for the record. I don't appreciate that. I am very glad that my staff has offered up items. However, I don't appreciate as director being left out of those communications. Thank you.
I wouldn't call them negotiations. I went down and asked a question, and those were reported to me. So,
Councilor Peralta.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the budget, it sounds like there's been conversation about expanding to 1.6. Initially, there was conversation about expanding to 1.6 FTE for the municipal court, because we were at 0.6, and then the cut in the budget was 1 FTE that was left unfunded. And so now what I'm hearing tonight is that rather than adding that 1 FTE, there's a request to add a 0.4, so we'd go to 1.0 instead of 1.6. My question is, at the 1.0 level, would the court have the staff capacity to implement the software change? Because my understanding was that the main issue with the software was not paying for the software, but rather the staffing level to implement it.
When the Budget Committee reviewed this matter last year, we sought a grant that would pay for the software as well as the increase in staff. And it was our assessment that the 4 FTE in the court was what would be appropriate for implementing and utilizing that new software program. In addition to that, there is the need to, and I'm sort of jumping into Katie's business a little bit. She and I have had this conversation, so I think we're on the same page. There's also the need to review our processes and make some change in our process before we do the software implementation. The last thing you want to do is codify a wasteful process in software. And because there's so much handwork and it's not automated right now, we need to design new workflow before we implement a new software program. It might be appropriate to ask Director Burke to talk a little bit about our capacity to bring on a package like that, and that'll sort of help round out the conversation a little bit, and certainly defer to Director Henry if she has anything else that she'd like to add on that question.
Sorry, I thought you were going to ask me an extra question, but yeah, I mean, from our perspective, agreed, it was in the budget last year, or it was discussed last year, and it wasn't really a reality with the staffing on the ground. 4 is ideal. I know as a partner in IS, a software integration deployment of that magnitude is not going to be successful if we don't have a fully staffed partner. And my understanding from the court is they have been behind they're in a hole. It's going to take them time to dig out of that hole, even if they became fully staffed in the very short term. So next year, if it really was something that was going to happen next year and was fully funded, I don't think that's something we'd be able to partner with successfully with court in the near term. I think we'd be looking at a spring 26 project at the earliest to give the court the time to catch up from the hole that they're in and to be able to develop a plan to purchase and deploy the software until then, so.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. So does the 1.0 staffing level for that position, would that be sufficient to contemplate a deployment of that software, not in this budget cycle, but in the next one?
I think I need to defer to Katie on that. It was our assessment with the previous finance director that increasing from 3.6 to 4.0 would be important for successful implementation. There was also the contemplation for designing new process and workflow as part of that discussion. So I would defer to Katie to see if she has a different perspective on that. Having some of her history with software implementation might be useful here.
I struggle to see how successful it will be without that additional 0.4 FTE. The reason being that right now, the supervising clerk is having to tend to a lot of the basic court clerk duties, and she will be essential to the implementation. And so if we don't have someone to cover the front desk and the phones during the regular busier daytime activities of clerk, and she's required to do those duties, it will take her away from that implementation, and so it will take significantly longer and is likely to not be as successful.
May I, one last follow-up?
Sure.
Thanks. So I heard you say that you can't do it without adding the 0.4, but can you do it with the 0.4? That's really my question.
We can do it with the 0.4 and the 1. We can potentially do it with the 1. We definitely cannot do it with just the 0.4.
Got it. With the current 0.6, you mean?
With the current, yes, with just the current 0.6.
Thank you. Thanks for the indulgence.
Counselor Payne?
Thank you. The software has been a conversation for a couple of years at least, and the longer we wait, the more expensive it's gotten. I think it's nearly doubled in price since the court manager initially presented it to us. So I'm discouraged to hear that it may be a later project. I think it's a necessary project because of the potential efficiency of it, and that essentially could, in best case, be a person. And then I want to remind folks that the court staff is also the city hall staff, and they are the first people to answer the phone oftentimes, and they're essentially the greeters. So I would be in favor of going up to the 2 FTE, and I would really like the software to be done.
Counselor Cunningham?
Yeah, do we currently have a backlog of cases? Like, are we handling cases like in a exceptionally timely manner, or are we backed up?
It depends on what you define as handling cases. So the cases are going to court. It's the collection of items, the collections of them, the cataloging, the entering of the resolution of them into the cases, and then therefore the financial transactions that go along with them. All of that is delayed. So it's not the individual going to court that's delayed, it's all the paperwork and the administration that goes along with that.
Okay, so they're scheduled to come into court, and when they don't get delayed, they just come in at their time, and we are able to handle the caseload. It's the back of the house, if you will.
It's the back of the house, the administration, all of that's falling behind.
Thank you.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Yeah, I have a few questions. Thank you, Chair. So within the professional services and the legal services area, we have $300,000. Is it possible to take money from one fund in that area, move it to a different fund. City Manager Tower.
Yeah, so we spend that money. Those are contracts for outside counsel,
Right.
specialty attorneys, particularly for land use. City prosecutor is funded in the city attorney's budget. That's a key partner in the court. So
I'm just looking at, we have $185,000 in professional services. It says provide city attorney with legal assistance on projects other than city prosecutorial services. And then there's $115,000 as a contract city prosecutor to provide city attorney with assistance. $300,000 seems like an opportunity to me. So I'm curious if we could move some of that over to the municipal court area to cover this.
So that, yes, and there's a trade-off. That money is currently being used for other outside counsel. You've had two different land use attorneys with you. Bill Kabaisman used to be a regular. He's retired. Missy is now filling that role. We hired outside counsel when we negotiated our contract with our franchise agreement with Comcast. That took about 2 years. You all met Kevin Mapes, who was our attorney representing us during that navigation center process. So we frequently use that. I mean, those are active dollars that are spent for necessary outside counsel.
Right. I don't believe there's any dollars in the budget that aren't being utilized.
Right.
I'm just saying that when we're in a crisis like this, we have to move things around, and that's what I'm proposing at this time. Is it an opportunity? I'm not telling, I'm asking.
You just need to understand the implications that
I understand.
many of your land use processes that come to you require outside counsel.
So that may not be a place to cut, but I see it as a larger sum.
That's the bulk of that $300,000.
Okay. So if I may ask Chief Cordwood a couple of questions as well. So,
And also just defer to the city attorney, who can probably add a little bit more perspective on that at some point, not necessarily now.
yeah, I think you've said enough. Thank you. So Chief Wood, the pending October retirement of our investigations captain within the police department, is that going to cause any kind of savings within the police department because of the gap in employment?
The process to recruit that position is presently open. It's my intention to fill that position so that there is no gap in that position from his retirement to identifying the new person.
Okay, so you presume no gap.
We have already received applications for that position.
That answers my question on that one, thank you. And then I have one more for you, Chief Wood. Speaking of the reserve program, the bailiff is actually, the state certified DPSST training for the bailiff is maintained via the funds from the reserve program. How do we propose that that bailiff would be trained up to state certifications otherwise?
I'm not sure I understand your question. If the individual, I'm going to, I guess, say it back to you so I make sure that we're on the same page. Are you asking if that person was no longer a member of the police department, would he be able to maintain a certification as a reserve?
How are we going to find a certified bailiff? And how much would it cost?
I want to give you correct information, and so my initial response to you is that yes, he could still be a reserve officer and serve in that capacity as a reserve officer and still be our court bailiff. The funds that you're speaking of in regards to the reserve program are primarily to recruit, train, equip, and deploy people in the reserve program, so I wouldn't be able to continue to do that in the future. If I had 2 new reserves tomorrow who, for example, wanted to be reserve police officers, my ability to pay for those things wouldn't be there if the program went away. Our bailiff could continue in that position And I don't believe there would be any certification issue.
Okay, thank you. That's all, right?
Any other discussion? Counselor Payne?
Thank you. With the decrease in PD staffing, well, I guess my first question is, Jason doesn't happen to be available to answer some of the court questions, is he? Okay.
I believe Jason told me that he has a commitment tonight.
Okay. It would just be helpful to kind of hear things from the horse's mouth, so to speak, because I also had a conversation with him where he shared some of the challenges of maintaining the court at its current level. And which leads into my question on page 208 of the paper packet. The professional services for the court-appointed attorney increased by 38%. And I'm curious, at our current court staff level, even if it goes to 2 FTE, and they're in a hole, and with reduced staffing on PD, how is the court-appointed attorney going to earn $15,000 more a year? Page 208.
So the court-appointed attorney, if we look at the 2024 actual, we were at 30,000 for the actual in 2024. We don't have control over that besides if the citizen is in jail and a court-appointed attorney is given to them, we're required to have one. For these types of accounts, we typically budget slightly over, just like we do for legal services, because we cannot foresee exactly what it will be. So given that within the recent years, the high was 30,000, to budget for 40,000 is a reasonable estimate of the amount high end that we would need. Could we take that down to 30,000? We could. It's not prudent for matters like these because then we may need to come back for a supplemental and ask for that extra 10,000. If we wanted to do that for 10,000, we could, but that is literally the only reason there is that extra 10,000 is because you just don't know, and those things are out of our control.
Do you know what the actual is for this fiscal year that we're currently in?
I do not have it in front of me, no.
So again, I guess I'm not thinking about the appointment of the attorney and the necessity of somebody needing them. I'm thinking more along the lines of how is that professional going to work more if there's understaffing across the partnering departments? And it may seem irrelevant to talk about $10,000, but we can pinch lots of pennies here and, come up with funding for community development. It does truly all add up.
Counselor Peralta.
Thank you. So I really appreciate the dialogue that we've had so far on this one partial position. I would like to know if we can maybe start moving towards at least a decision point on this question. So I just would be curious if we could do a straw poll on adding that .4 that the court has requested.
0.4 or 1 or 1.4?
Sorry, 1.4.
1. Sorry.
So I just wanted to be clear. So we're currently at 0.6, and our options are either 1.0 or 2.0 essentially, or to remain at 0.6. And so I guess I'd be curious to know where people are on increasing to 1.0, which seems like the minimum service level for the clerk that they're requesting, or 2.0, which would be the enhanced level for the court.
We also could do 1.6 if we only add 1 FTE back, right? Because we're at 0.6.
So can we just do a straw poll on
Yes.
people's opinions?
Let's do a straw poll on just adding 1 full FTE back. That's what Mayor Morris heard from them?
Let's go with the 1.4.
1.4 first. Okay, straw poll on 1.4.
In the value of the 1.4 monetarily?
I think, Director Henry, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 152,000.
That's correct.
Good job.
All right, so I'm just gonna have everyone raise their hand if they would support adding the 1.4. Raise your hand. 2, 3, 7. We need 8 to have a motion pass.
It's not a motion, just a straw
I
poll.
mean, I know, just letting you know.
Oh, okay.
We would need 8 to have the
Chair,
motion pass.
did you get the virtual hands up there?
I got Victoria, was there 2? I didn't see Committee Member Frost, did she?
there's 8.
Oh, there were 2? Oh, so it did have 8 support. So if someone wanted to make that motion,
So can we just hold the motions
sure.
and just keep moving?
sure. So you just want to,
Put it on a list.
we'll put it on a list, sure. Okay, that's fine. Do you have a question?
Yeah, my math is we need 7, not 8.
Oh, really?
No, remember, state law requires a majority of the seats, not a majority present. So because there are 14 Budget Committee members, you need 8 votes to pass any motion, whether there are 8 people present or 14. So you can operate as a quorum with 8, but you need 8 affirmative votes for everything.
I sit corrected.
It's okay. It's the only area where that sort of distinction between majority and quorum exists that I know of.
Okay, so we're not going to make a motion. We're just going to move to the next department, is what I'm hearing. We're going to move to General Parks and Rec. Does anyone have any questions or comments about Parks and Rec? Mayor Morris?
I just have I don't know who I'm asking the question to. Susan Muir, over there. On the replacement of the old ADA mandated pool lift, there was a dollar amount in 2025 and there's a dollar amount in 2026. Just trying to figure out where we're at. Did anything happen last year or?
You are on page
239.
No, I looked at that earlier, and I'm not sure if the notes got updated, but we did not purchase the ADA lift, the new one. We have 2, and 1 is broken, or not working, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Peralta?
Thank you. So at the last city council meeting, the council directed the budget committee to try and find at least $150,000 to pay for the cost of the proposed facilities bond for the parks. So I propose that we add in at least that, and that we entertain a conversation on the original staff recommendation of $220,000, I believe it was, versus the $150 to pay for the bond.
Would you like me to give a little background on that additional money above and beyond the 150? So just as a reminder, and for the budget committee members that weren't listening to the council meeting last week, $150,000 is required just structurally to place an initiative on the ballot in November of '25. So that is mechanically printing the ballots, putting the paperwork together, counting them. So that's $150,000 that has to be paid if we go in November. The other recommendation that I had at the time was $100,000. I have since refined that down to $70,000. One of the things that I think you rely on me for is to tell you what the best route is to be successful on these things. And I've had several conversations with Parks and Recreation directors and other professionals about what it takes to be successful. And to do that, there's a lot of communication that needs to happen with the community. to talk about the why, to talk about the what, to talk about the when. Just many questions will be coming up. We have produced a number of brochures and informational posters about things, and the project has changed a little bit with the new price tag of being under $100 million. So those things will need to be updated. Did somebody have a question? Learning from the fire district, they also had one direct mail piece of information go out, and we have that in the budget. We do have polling. That's another thing that's really important to find out what's important to the community as we move something forward. And also language and how the community reads the language that we would put into the voter's pamphlet and the ballot title and that sort of thing. So I will also say, even our bond counsel, when I contacted them last week and said, hey, this is, picking back up, it was, you're still keeping praxis on for this, right? So I think it is best management practices. I would highly recommend that we fund that additional $70,000 to try and be successful at the ballot in November.
Council President Peralta.
Thank you. So, Susan, I'm a little bit confused about the funding for praxis. Some of the consultants that we have on bond measures only take their compensation after a successful measure. And I was wondering to what extent that is the agreement with praxis, or we kind of pay as we go. That's the first question. And the second question is, are there elements to the cost for that polling that can be wrapped into the cost of the bond? Obviously, it's got to pass. So can you kind of help me to understand that?
Sure. And Praxis does not have the same kind of contract or do the same kind of work that the bond counsel or the municipal advisor does. They have set rates and fees regardless of what the outcome of the bond is, and that's common. I think the question you're asking is about the capitalizable costs, which the council passed a resolution already to say if any of the costs that we incur now until the bond passes, if those can be deemed capitalizable, and our auditor makes that determination for sure, we can then bill that back to the bond once we sell them. So we can be reimbursed for those costs. I would doubt that an auditor would say the polling or the strategy conversations would be capitalizable, and so we would not be reimbursed for that.
I don't want to cut any discussion short at all, but I also am mindful that we have many sections of the budget to go through. So unless there's an objection, I'd like to throw out another second straw poll. And in this case, the question would be funding the parks bond at the level recommended by the parks director, and then if that doesn't have sufficient votes, then the same question at the $150,000 without the polling.
So first with the polling fee? Okay.
Council President Peralta, may I ask a question?
Yes.
What's your proposal for funding this? Where's the money coming from?
Well, as with the police department that we decided on yesterday, we will make these decisions and then contemplate the funding mechanism. However, as I suggested yesterday, I think that we should contemplate reducing the 2-month strategic reserve to 1.5.
Okay, so may I make
Sure.
a proposal? So there's $35,000 in the miscellaneous fund in Parks and Rec, and there's also $30,000 within the community events fund for Parks and Rec. I'd like to propose that we consider taking that $65,000 and utilizing it for the bond.
Can we just do the straw poll first?
Susan, do you want to respond to those numbers?
Yeah, it's particularly the community events. That's the concerts and the other things that we do over summer fun. And so that is an important part of our free and fun access for families. We may already be under contract for this summer for the bands and other things. So that particular line item has those obligations. I will say, and this has come up by a couple of people, if you're looking for something, I did not, let me find the GL code on page 235, GL code 7750-04. There was $41,000 left in that line item that should have been included in the $359,000 that I gave back in this fiscal year due to the cuts. So that is available also. That would be something that is available and not currently allocated to anything.
Can you repeat that? I didn't
Sure.
didn't follow what the fund.
On page 235 of the document, the professional services grants, GL 7750-04, there is $41,892 in the proposed budget, and that was a miss by me. That should have been added to the $359,000 that I cut in the GL code 7750, 2 lines above that. So I'm suggesting that there's 41,000 that were attributed to the CPR project that I should have given back in the cuts, but I didn't. It ended up in the budget.
So it sounds like that could be utilized for the bond.
Say that again?
Yeah.
So can we do the poll question, the straw poll on the bond first, and then do the poll on the questions for the funding recommendations? Would that work?
Councilor Greer would like to ask a question first.
Or just make a statement on, as one of the sort of chief proponents of getting this back through, where I had thought we could make a worthy trade investment in this effort from an existing fund from the budget, as opposed to the sort of bucket of moving down to the 1.5 months reserve, was in the $1 million set aside for the building maintenance for the future. As much as I love that and find it a necessary investment, I think this effort would, to me, qualify as a necessary investment in the future of the facilities, and would be fine pulling down the delta of roughly 180, if we account for that 40,000 from that $1 million. And I think that's a similar enough trade-off that pulling it out of that $1 million instead of the going down against that, which I think we're already going to be getting close to that effort on that, is where I think that bucket should come out of.
Thank you. Councilor Chenoweth.
Sorry. That brings a question that's been kind of tickling at the back of my mind as we've brought up the building maintenance fund. That has been mentioned multiple times, including by me. Is any of that $1 million already allocated to specific projects? And if so, how much?
It is not. It's placed in a reserve in this budget. We would go to the list of the facilities assessment needs, make some recommendations on where to spend it. None of that $1 million is allocated to any specific project.
Just wanted to make sure that I brought it up as not being allocated. And I thought at 1 o'clock in the morning as I woke up, I thought, and I know.
But you redeemed yourself from the whole quorum thing.
I'd like to do a straw poll for the 180,000, because that's accounting for the 43 that she found. Right? The 43,000. Or Sal, did you want it for? Yeah. So that would be supporting the 150,000 to put the bond on the ballot.
I hate to interrupt, but that 40,000 she put on there is from a designated cash source. It's not part of the same money, and you just can't consider it to be against this line because it's a restricted line and it doesn't fall into the same pot. It's an ARPA line and not a regular general fund line.
Katie, that money was already designated for CPR. That 41,000 that I forgot to remove was designated to go towards the project.
CPR being a grant?
The Community Parks and Rec.
The Culture, Parks, and Recreation Bond, there were 2 line items, 359 above and the almost 42,000 from ARPA. All of that money was dedicated for the planning for the election. And when Susan pulled the 359, she just forgot to pull the 41,800.
So to clarify, are we allowed to use then the ARPA funds towards this bond?
It's the same project. It's the same project. We're talking about reinstating.
That's what I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, we're talking about reinstating some of the work that would have been paid for out of the larger amount.
Perfect. Okay, I'm on track with everyone, as you were. Thank you.
We are going to do a straw poll for roughly $180,000. Raise your hand if you will support that. 7, 8,
and 9.
9. Okay, so that has enough support to pass. We will mark it down as something to make a motion in the future.
Before we move on, may I ask
Yes.
another question? And Director Henry, this may be for you. Are we allowed to move any ARPA dollars into that bond, or just those specific ARPA dollars?
Technically, and Jeff and David can correct me if I'm wrong. Technically, that would be a council motion because we had the last movement was done by a council resolution, and we are in a budget committee meeting and not a council meeting, which means the council cannot take action in this meeting. Only the budget committee can. So I would say no, you cannot take action on a restricted source beyond what is already in the budget.
Point of
But the
clarification.
council could, but.
Do you have further questions?
Just a point of clarification. I would say that if there's items where the budget committee can't take action, but the council needs to, that we should frame that as a recommendation of the budget committee to the council and still continue the conversation.
Does that work? Right, this is all a recommendation to the city council. Yes, Councilor Payne.
I want to go a little off topic and stop talking about specifically. Is that the right time? Are we at the right time for that?
We finished the straw poll. Yes, you.
I don't want to interrupt anything. Okay.
No, you can move on.
I'm gonna not be the favorite in the room right now. So we have somewhere I mathed it. Oh yes. So $9 million of bond eligible park improvements that are needed, $2 million in deferred maintenance across city buildings, and $2 million in unmet needs in core services. I'm struggling with, and this is definitely a more personal thing, is I don't feel like the community trusts me or the council in totality, as well as the budget committee, given that we are considering a budget deficit every year and have for many years. And I understand that this has been going on for previous administrations, previous councils, et cetera. In an effort to earn back, hopefully, some of that trust, I maybe would propose that, or encourage this body to consider this roughly $15 million of projects that have been on the list of things to do, or list of things being neglected for the last decade or more, and go out for a bond on those so we can continue building trust and make improvements. And then when we have 3 bonds that are expiring in the next 8 years, and when those bonds expire, consider a new facility. I don't know if the 220 would be relevant to going toward a smaller project and getting everything else caught up.
Council President Peralta.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Councilor Payne. My concern is that the condition of the existing structures is such that it probably won't last 8 years with the pool and the community center. I mean, at least not without additional repairs. And so I'm wondering if it might make sense to sort of do that in reverse, where, we've had a group, the MacPac has given 2 years of their time, had multiple affirmative votes, often unanimous votes by city council to move that project forward. And so I think that we should honor that work and move that project forward as we've kind of voted to do both on council and in terms of funding tonight. But I also think that the timing of the bond expiration dates that you just mentioned actually really should inform our conversation about building maintenance and capital projects, because we're setting aside $1 million for capital projects now, in part because the bonds that we're still paying off for capital projects the previous councils spent down that money, and we're now finishing paying those off. But we could, once voters make a determination on the parks facility, then as those other bonds expire, look to replace those bonds and do some of the maintenance that we're contemplating out of the general fund in this budget, out of expiring bonds in future budgets. And I'm not suggesting that we defer all of that, but I just want to throw that out there as a consideration, and thank you for bringing up that point.
Counselor Chenoweth?
As much as I enjoy this conversation, and I think we need to should have had this conversation quite a while back, I don't think the Budget Committee right now is the time to be having it. Number one, because we got a lot to go through before this night's over. I have deep concerns. We're going to be back here as soon as this project's built, discussing how we're going to fund $600,000 more in deficit spending. And it's disappointing to me that we just had this vote to spend money on advertising on behalf of this project instead of expecting the community members that are interested in making this project happen prove their support by gathering that funding themselves. Be that as it may, this body has spoken, and I think we should move forward.
Any more comments about Parks and Recreation? Right. We're going to move to Parks Maintenance. That's just in the Parks and Recreation. Did you?
May I?
Yes, Counselor Cunningham.
This is more of a point. I feel like we're already neglecting our parks substantially. If anyone's been to Galen Maccabee Airport Park recently, what you'll find is nearly overgrown pathways, enough poison oak to make it probably harmful to most humans, dogs, children. And so I would just make a point that as we consider everything, that we either have to make a commitment to our community to do everything that we can to keep these parks maintained to a level of safety, or just like we have put on the block here, is chaining one of these parks off, because at a certain point, I don't think that it is responsible for us to allow the public into these parks that are now, specifically in that one, are in my mind starting to become very dangerous.
Mayor Morris?
I agree with you. I think that we should spend time making them, Sal and I talk about it, is, you mow them and you clean them and you blow them so that they're nice and neat and clean, instead of adding a lot of amenities right now since we don't have the funds, but keeping them nice and clean and safe, and the impression of being safe as well as it being. So I totally agree with you, Scott.
Yes.
And one other thing that I want to draw our attention to is I in my walking of the ward, discovered a few amazing parks. Thompson Park is one of them. Like, if I probably shouldn't talk about it, but it is incredible. But on the opposite side of that is Kingwood, and it is very dilapidated. It really needs to be addressed. And so again, I think that there is some inequity here, that we have this beautiful Thompson Park with many amenities, basketball court, a very well-kept horseshoe pit, and at the same time have a community or a neighborhood in Kingwood that has none of that and is really deteriorating.
Councilor Chenoweth?
You're speaking my language when you talk about Kingwood Park. I grew up in that neighborhood and loved that park as a kid, and have lots of fond memories of ages 12, 13, and 14 spent in that park. So, yeah, I think we need to maintain our parks. I would agree with Mayor Morris. I think we need to look at making sure right now, given the trouble that we're in, adding amenities should be taken out and focus on maintenance and keeping it clean should be our priority to keep it safe and usable for all of our residents.
Councilor Geary?
Thank you. I share that, and I'm glad and appreciate that the second part of that ad package from years ago is back and has made its way. I look forward to investing in that here. I also think as we close the two parks-related budget categories, I know a few years ago we had a work session in depth on parks systems development charges. I really think that as a way for new development to pay for the development of our parks, we should bring that conversation back and institute some parks SDCs on commercial and industrial projects. Currently, any commercial building and any industrial building contributes zero to Parks Development Fund. I think we talk about economic development, if we should invest in that. New businesses looking to market high-paying jobs. I would love the ability to market a culturally vibrant town. Families, we can get younger. And I think it's a necessary step to be able to do that and use new development to pay for that new development in our parks.
Ask a question.
Yes, please.
So are we proposing that we maintain the funding that we have in the budget now, or are we proposing that it's increased?
I was going to ask what amount. So I think Director Henry had summarized it as $245,000.
That's correct.
So I don't know if we are interested in just changing that reduction, bringing it back, or if someone is, sorry.
I would actually ask if you could call on either Director Hunsaker or Manager Renshaw to talk a little bit about their current thoughts on the possible restoration of that ad package and what it might look like for consideration.
Oh, please, both of them.
May I ask a question of the city manager first?
Yes.
You say the restoration of that ad package. What's the value of that ad package?
That's the $245,000.
On top of what's already proposed?
No, that's the number that was reduced. So in the reduction list, it's the former ad package that shows as a reduction in the budget.
Okay, so you proposed a reduction, and now this body is proposing.
What I'm hearing is folks want to talk about what it would look like.
I just want to be super clear for everybody.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
So your proposal for reductions not being.
Yeah, I think it was proposed that in this budget, the $245,000 was taken away, and I'm hearing that maybe people want to consider bringing it back. We're going to have someone from staff.
Yeah, I can just add to that real quick that as part of that $245,000, some of that was personnel services because it was seasonal staff. And we're pretty late in the season, and to start up the process to hire seasonal staff and everything, I'd ask the body to consider that $30,000 not going to personnel services, but to M&S, and then we can use it for potentially contract services or things for cleanups instead of the $30,000 for seasonal staff, just since we're already so late into the season. And I think a lot of our good park seasonal staff ended up going to the street crew this year.
So you are still recommending the same amount of money, just we would change how some of it is designated?
Yes, just change it to 245 going into M&S instead of 215 going to M&S and 30 going to personnel services. If you're talking about, because we can't shift it between personnel services and M&S.
Does anyone know where we are in?
So I think this is page 299. My guess is 7660. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's actually page 298. We would have had, so there is that 11,816 or extra help park maintenance. That's the staff, the seasonal help that's mowing Dancer now. The 30,000 reduction to seasonal help was out of that item 7,015.
Okay, I want to, sorry.
Yeah, you're fine.
So what we're proposing back, is it in this beginning of the budget ad package? And if it is, which number is it? Because it'll give us specifics of what.
Paper book, page 9 is the reduction list.
That's the beginning.
Ours is on 11.
Yes, yeah, so that's the beginning of the list, and the parks maintenance is on page 11.
Yes, Mayor Morris?
Director Hunsaker, can you, so it says remove core services, and so that cost next to it is $137,000. Can you just tell me specifically what the core services were? Is that more than mowing? Is it bark dust? What is in that?
Yeah, so that was added in 2 years ago. And David, you can say it much better than I can. So instead of us saying it twice, we'll have David just say it correctly once.
I won't take much of your time, ma'am. That core services came out of a study we did, 3 or 4 years ago. We did core services, and we had 3 different phases, one of which was to add extra staff. Haven't been able to accomplish that yet. The middle part of that was to add additional M&S dollars. In this particular case, it was specific to contract dollars. So it gives us more capacity to add back things like painting buildings, repairing roofs on buildings, new gutters, electrical work, replacing toilets, things that typically our staff may not have the capacity to do or the licenses to do. It moved us from a base level or a below base to a base level of service.
And so the park maintenance, the 137, we're going to be repairing roofs and cleaning gutters?
That'll be part of
Part
it.
of that? Okay, and the maintenance contract services, 75,000,
Same line item,
okay?
same line item, same theory. Basically, those would go towards those same efforts.
How much, not to say those are important and not going to say that we're not going to do that, but how much for making sure that we can mow and clean the parks?
How much of that dollars is going to mow and clean the
Taking
parks?
out roofs and gutters,
Those dollars typically don't go towards mowing and cleaning the parks.
okay?
Mowing and cleaning the parks typically happens with our staff.
So that would be adding back in that 33,000?
So what you would be doing, what Jeff is referring to, is that of the total dollars that you're proposing to add back, I believe that total is $245,000.
Okay.
33 of that reduction came from our seasonal staff line item. What's the word I want? The reality of that is that we've already hired seasonals, so it doesn't make, that really doesn't do us any good. So what we're requesting is that those dollars would then go in our materials and services budget, and we could apply them, to parks. We also took a 50% cut in our facilities contract line item. We could add it to that as well. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Council President Peralta?
Thank you. If we added all or some part of the money that would have been allocated to seasonal park maintenance help, and that's $33,000, would that be sufficient? Or maybe a better way of asking this is, how much would it cost to do more consistent maintenance and cleanup in this public restrooms that are in the parks around the city?
I think that gets back to the that additional phase in the core services ads that included another park maintenance staff.
That's more of a staffing level issue. Now, that being said, if the desire is to increase those frequencies, we can look at that. Typically, restrooms are cleaned once a day now. There are certain, obviously, we go back if we have problems, but if the desire was to increase that service level, we could look at that. The trade-off would be you'd have to use some of those contract dollars to pick up the staff, or pick up the work that staff was doing to come back and clean restrooms in extra time.
Right, well, I mean, my thought was that if we have 33,000 that would have gone to temporary workers, if that could be used to increase the service level of the restrooms. I hear a lot of complaints about that. Now, I have to be honest, like 3 or 4 years ago, I stopped using the restrooms in the parks because they're often closed, and if they're not closed, I just prefer not to use them. So I haven't been there since you've been doing the daily maintenance, and I guess my question would be is how effective do you feel you are in terms of maintaining a reasonable service level on those currently?
That's a great question. I'll tell you, I think we're better than we were, candidly, and that's for two reasons. Number one, we have a really strong crew, a two-man crew that handles those issues, and I think they do a really good job of that. The addition of the security program has helped tremendously because we don't have those surprises in the morning. That's helped quite a bit. Could we do a better job? Absolutely. There's no doubt. But that would require more staffing.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Asking you.
I assume we're going to.
So I have another question actually before you.
Nice try.
That was for making the joke about me not speaking into the mic.
I deserve that, sir.
Sorry. No, we're having this little conversation because we had a conversation earlier about maintaining the park. So trying to just do a better job of the grass and the blowing and keeping them picked up. The bathrooms, I have to say, we go through the park quite often, and you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
They are. I mean, you can never make them perfect at every point of the day, but the two gentlemen that we run into are doing a fantastic.
Yeah, Steve and Mike are top notch.
Yes, so we appreciate that. I appreciate that. My family does. So I'm just trying to figure out a number that we could increase staffing, I guess, or time of staffing to be able to pick up the branches in the city park, to clean the paths, to mow it, to just keep it so it's cleaner and easier and more livable, for people to use. So what would be a figure for that we could look at?
Well, the figure I would look at, I'll be honest here, is you have two approaches. You either cover it with staffing, which is kind of that ship's sailed for now, or you cover it with contract money. Okay. You're going to hopefully going to provide us with that contract money, and so that allows us. And then that's a two-way street. We can do some of that extra work that you're talking about with staff, and then backfill the things that the staff's not able to do with contractors, or particularly if it's landscape oriented, we can hire contractors to do that work. For example, we're talking about doing a fuel reductions project up at Quarry Park. That's going to be contract money, right? So it's those sorts of things. So it's a trade-off, or not trade-off, excuse me, it's a balance. We use both contract forces and staffing to achieve those goals.
Okay, so just to make it clear for me, because I'm sorry, there's 3 line items here, and one is up for 137,000. One is for 75,000, and one is for 33,000. So are you thinking that all 3 of those need to come back, or?
I am thinking that all 3 of those need to come back.
Is there a way to do it without all 3 of them coming back?
Is there a way to do it without all 3 of them coming back?
Without all 3.
Well, you're the budget folks. I get.
Okay.
I get paid to tell you what I think, no matter how dumb. But no, I don't.
No.
To be candid, we may have made some terrific strides in the last 2 years versus where we were 3 years ago. And there's a whole contextual story behind that. But our staff has done a tremendous job and really turned a hard corner, and from what I can see.
Yeah.
Restoring this to where we originally proposed it is going to continue that momentum.
Yes.
So in general, I think that we should, my approach has always been to try and be deferential to the recommendations of our staff throughout the entire time I've served on the Budget Committee and the entire time that I've served on the City Council. And the reason for that is that you're the expert, you're the person who has hands-on with these things. I'm not, nobody on this dais is. So I would like to do a straw poll on the full restoration of the maintenance budget with the understanding that the 33,000 seasonal park help would be rolled into maintenance contract services, and with a little budget note that suggests, please focus more resources on City Park.
Chair Maxfield, may I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
So, of Council President Peralta.
Sure.
Okay. So, Council President Peralta, you stated that you've been on a lot of these budget committees and that, you usually defer to the staff and their recommendation. How many of these years have you faced a $3 million budget?
Every year we face the same basic budget questions that we currently face. And in past years, the Budget Committee and the Council have chosen not to try and fund the capital construction on buildings, and that's $1 million. And in the past, we have set the strategic reserve level to 1.5 months rather than 2 months. And between those two things, that's about $2-something million, and that's how we address it.
Okay.
Ordinarily, do you want the answer, or do you want me to? Okay, so then ordinarily, most of the other budget savings that we realize happen through either attrition or when we allocate money to hire new positions, those positions oftentimes don't get hired for a full year. And so that money, the difference figure between, say, a 9-month employee versus a 12-month employee yields a significant amount of cost savings. I would just say that even under the budget that we're considering, and even under future budgets, because of the structures of measures 5 and 50, what I heard from Director Henry yesterday is that cities are always under this pressure. This is not new. These questions that we're answering have been asked and answered by every previous council that we've had. Every one. The difference between what we've attempted, where our starting point this time is versus previous times, is that we started by asking the staff to deliver a cuts budget, to increase the strategic reserve, and to address longstanding unaddressed capital expenses. And so now what I am trying to do is figure out a service level within the parameters that I suggested, which is that we continue with the 1.5-month reserve, and that we contemplate, as Councilor Geary has suggested, if we look for other places to cut. For the most part, I think that should be out of the building set aside that has not been allocated. And then in the future, some of what we're attempting to do for buildings should be done as the bonds expire that had previously been put forward to address those capital expenses, but that have run out.
Okay, so if I may continue the question. In the meeting last night, we had Director Henry working the numbers as we were discussing it. Would it be possible to have Director Henry place those numbers into this budget so that we could take a look at it before we do the straw poll? That was my question.
Oh, sure. That's a good idea. Did you hear the request, Director Henry?
I have it ready. I just don't have the ability to share my screen. Looks like it is coming to me now. So what I have plugged in here already, and we've had a back and forth and discovered that the 0.4 is at 30,000 instead of 50,000. We've refined that calculation in between time, just so you know. And then we've also put in the 180 that we did the straw poll, and right now I have in here the 245 that we're in discussions with right now. And this is where we're at compared to 1.5 months and 2 months.
Chair?
First, I have Councilor Chen.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I didn't see her. Oh, okay. Committee Member Bolden.
So, as everybody here knows, this is my first year on the city.
We really appreciate you being here.
tonight, I'm sure.
We do, we
Until
do.
now. No. I'm just having a little bit hard time with this straw poll thing, and the only reason I need to say that is we haven't gone through everything. And so I can appreciate 100% the spreadsheet with the calculations on the board, and that those items get added to the list for consideration 100%. But it's really hard when you're asking for a straw poll for me to vote aye or no, yes or no, when we haven't gone through what potentially or heard from other departments, those other critical or potentially critical issues or demands. I mean, we have the paperwork, I get that. But just sitting here the last 3 days, there's been some great discussions and comments and history, but everything changes every time we add something to this list. And I'm sorry, but I mean, just in my own personal budget, I could want a lot of things, but if I don't have the money to fund them, it doesn't do me any good. So I either have to abstain from straw polls or I don't feel comfortable voting in a straw poll, even just for the point that by the time everything's said and done, my decision may completely change, which I know that's why we do them.
May I use something that Councilor Chenoweth said? This is where the horse trading is. So you put everything up there that you want, and ultimately that number in 1.5 is going to go into the negative. And at the end of the day, that's where the bargaining begins. So vote with your conscience and your best ability, and once we get to the end of this, because of I like doing it this way, I like having the straw poll to put stuff up there, then we're gonna see everything that this council really wants to do, but we're gonna have to balance the budget, and that's where we'll go.
I really appreciate you bringing this up. I think it's complicated. We just have to kind of see where people are at and.
So can I just say one more?
Oh, of course.
I apologize for interrupting.
No, that's fine.
I agree with what you're saying. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, why do you need a straw poll to put something on consideration? Why, if you have something that you feel passionate about that you feel needs to be funded, why would it not be added to the list? And at the end, or we've heard everything, why at that time would we not have the discussion in horse trade, so to speak, those items at that time, as opposed to keep having these discussions back and forth for that reason?
Yes, Councilor
My opinion is that it's better to know what there's at least support from the body for before it goes up on that board. And if there's no support from the body, then just because one person wants it, and if, 11 other people don't want it, then, that is kind of a misrepresentation of the will of the group. And so I think that's the idea behind doing the straw polls. And Councilor Cunningham's evaluation is kind of how I thought we would approach this, is put up all the wants, and then we have to find the ways and means to cover them.
And the ones that have close to enough support. So yes, it's possible you might change your vote when we go to a motion, but we don't want to put anything up there that doesn't even have close to enough support. So a straw poll, I think maybe some of your concern also is like you might change your vote when we go to the motion. Yes. So I think we all recognize that, but we want to see what's even close to consideration. Councilor Chenoweth?
So 2 things. First, I'd like to remind us again to direct all of our comments to the chair and not getting each other in this back and forth.
I just want to interject. I think that's a council thing, and I don't know if as a budget committee we've ever been workshopped or trained in that.
It helps to really deflect the heat that starts to rise, and I'm seeing the heat rising. And
You want it towards me.
No.
Bring it on.
But if I'm directing my comments to you, even if I'm referring to something that was just said, now I'm not aimed at that person.
Okay, fair enough.
So it takes kind of the heat out of the conversation. And I hate the rule, by the way.
Okay.
But it does work for what it's worth. It's Robert's rules, and it does work.
Okay.
So a reminder of that. The second thing I just wanted, for those following along at home, one of the things that I've always noticed about these budgets, and there will be probably some flinch reactions to what I'm about to say, is that when we talk about cuts, the assumption is made by most people listening to that conversation that we are cutting money from the previous year's budget. That's not always the case. We're generally cutting money from the proposed budget this year, which that cut may mean an actual increase from the previous year's budget. So I'm bringing that up because I want folks to understand this particular line item, we already have a $100,000 increase in the proposed budget that we're looking at. So just kind of a full perspective of what we're discussing here. Now, there's increase in payroll and other things that led to the need for an increase in the budget, but it's not always just a cut from the previous year, and I just don't want people to think that's what's happening here.
Would you mind telling us which line item you're referring to?
Reading, just as an example, reading across total personnel services, just as an example, go through that line item. We're $100,000 more this year than we were last year proposed that we're going to spend on those personnel services.
And I add a clarification to that, sorry, but the park maintenance budget is also the facilities maintenance budget, and that $100,000 increase that you're referring to is the transfer of the facilities maintenance technician from the police line item to the park maintenance line item.
There's always transfers that are taking place going both directions and going all different directions, and we can get into the nuance of the difference. What I just want people to understand is that when we're talking about cuts, we're not talking about cuts to last year's budget. We're talking about cuts to proposed budget for this year, and I think that's an important distinction that needs to be understood because it is a different terminology than I think what most people understand when they hear these conversations.
Did you have a further response?
No, I just wanted to clarify that that 100,000 increase was due to a position moving from another portion of the general fund to this portion.
Councilor Cunningham, did you have a comment from before?
Yeah, just because we're trying to kind of see the top number there be as accurate as it is. I guess the question would be, can we do a straw poll to go ahead and move the pilot forward and bring that 150,000 into so we can get a more clear top line?
I have already included that pilot as a revenue number. It's one of those that kind of is. It's an estimate. We can do a straw poll if you want, but on the revenue side, it's more of an administrative
So it won't affect that top line?
It's already in the top line.
Oh, okay, then never mind. I can take a straw poll back.
This 39,000 is not in that top line. That's the only one that we've discussed that has not made it into that top part yet. That was the Recology one that Director Richards said that we would not need. I believe it was Director Richards.
It's actually in the admin budget, I think.
Admin budget, okay. So that one is not up there because we hadn't made a motion yet.
Can we put it in? Just
So yes, we can put that.
assumed straw poll that we want the revenue? Hold on, we have sorry, were you done, Counselor President Peralta?
Thanks. Just one real quick comment. On page 34 of the budget is the general fund expenditures by department, and this is apropos of Councilor Chenoweth's comments. So the amended budget for departmental expenditures in the last budget was $32,295,535. The proposed budget in departmental expenditures out of the general fund this year is $28,865. So that's a $3.4 million reduction in departmental budgets year over year. So ordinarily, Councilor Chenoweth is correct. Usually what we talk about is a reduction in the rate of growth. In this case, we're actually making cuts. And apropos of park maintenance, that department has taken one of the hardest hits out of the entire budget at 32% of its previous budget. So I appreciate the comments, Counselor, and I do think they're normally on the mark with regard to how we normally talk about these. But in this budget, there is no department that I see that does not have a reduction relative to 2024-25.
Counselor Chenoweth?
Thank you. Director Henry, can you tell me how much ARPA dollars are in the expenditures for budget year 24-25, and how much ARPA dollars are available in 25-26?
No, I can't tell you that offhand. I don't have it right on me. I see where you're going with it. I don't have the numbers right on me.
A lot of that difference, we spent we were given 7.8 million in ARPA. So I would stand by my assessment, although I do very greatly appreciate your point. It's really hard on these year-to-year budgets to know exactly what we're comparing to, and that's been one of my struggles every year with the Budget Committee, is trying to understand the year-to-year comparisons. ARPA has really made that hard.
Counselor Tukolsky?
Yeah, just in general, it sounds like the way this body's moving right now is that we're just adding everything back and we're not making cuts right now, and then later we're going to go make cuts. Is that right?
Yes, we're
Is that the
expressing
method we're
support
using?
for changing the cuts, yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear. Otherwise, so we're going to come back and we're going to start proposing cuts if we dive into the negative.
We can do a straw poll for a cut that you want to propose.
No, I'm not proposing a cut right now. I'm just trying to clarify the process which seems to be used right now.
I thought people would bring them up as we go through each of these categories, both cuts and additions.
According to my records, we're still in the middle of a straw poll. Is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Trouble.
And I think I put it on for the full amount.
The 245, correct?
Mayor Morris wants to make a comment.
Okay, so just a question, if Sal's proposal to add back in what was taken out, would that affect the $21,000 of overtime for maintenance?
Probably not. Hang on a second here. Get paid to say what I think, so.
You're so pleasant to have up here, Mr. Rinshaw.
Pardon?
You're
So
awesome.
of those overtime figures,
Yes.
a part of it, a good half of that overtime figure is what we call pager pay.
Pager pay?
Pager pay. We have staff on duty 24/7, 365.
Okay.
A portion of that cadre is the park staff, street staff, and the collections crew. So those dollars are paid from that pot. Okay. The other piece of those overtime is and I don't have the number in front of me, but it's about equally split between true overtime for park staff and for facility staff, because there are times when both staffs have to work after hours due to emergencies, weather, facility stuff breaks, you have to go fix it. So it's not likely that adding back this stuff will change it, because, like as I said, those dollars are going to go more towards contractors as opposed to staff, and we typically don't deploy contractors for emergencies. So I'd be a liar if I said that I would be comfortable reducing that, but just based on adding those extra contract dollars.
I'm just going to ask you one more question. I'm trying to find some finances here. The travel and education budget just about doubled?
I was hoping you were going to ask me that.
Okay, tell me.
Well, as it turns out, my wife may want me to retire. So part of what we need to do is
Throw you a party?
Travel?
Train is replaced.
Your wife's request is declined.
I'm making a point badly. The point of those dollars is for succession planning. It turns out that I'll eventually be retiring, and so we need to make certain that the next generation is ready to move into those positions. So we budgeted some money for some leadership training, and that's the reason behind those.
Okay.
Other classes, those staff, particularly park staff, they carry pesticide certifications. They carry each of them carries a playground safety certification, which is actually a pretty significant endeavor on their parts. So all that stuff is planned out. We don't do a lot of conferences. We typically send one person to a conference a year. I think that's part of professional development. But that's what the increase is for.
Okay.
Your retirement is not considered a part of this budget and is not an option.
I'll let you talk to my wife.
Chair Maxfield.
Yes.
If I may.
Please.
I continue to get mixed messages from at least 3 counselors here. Councilor Cunningham and Councilor Chenoweth have stated that we're going to go ahead and add things, and at the end, we're going to quote horse trade for reductions. Council President Peralta has said otherwise. Which one are we doing? I'm sorry, is there?
Yeah, I don't think I said otherwise. What I suggested is we put everything up on that chart, whether it's cuts or additions, and then we talk about it at the end.
Right,
I
and I
don't see
heard
how those
exactly.
two things are different.
And that's what I heard you say, but I've heard three different people say 2 different things.
Can I?
Which one are we doing?
This question
I don't
a different
understand the discrepancy, what you're hearing.
Would you like the reductions to also be added at this time?
If you have a proposal for a straw poll for a direction, please bring it forward.
Can I maybe help this discussion and say perhaps what I think the confusion is, at the end of this, will we re-straw poll each of these items to verify that we actually want them in the final package
I assume we will make motions.
on each one of these items?
Right, because we don't want to reject one item because of lack of support.
It will not be a package discussion at the end. It will be an individual item that we have moved onto the list.
I don't think so, because I think that will not be effective.
Does that answer your concern?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Yes, please.
Because I think we said it yesterday when we were going through everything, that we may get to the end of this, and there may be a motion to change one that has already had a motion to put through. Yes, all right, cool. That's all I need.
Yes. Okay, we're going to do a straw poll for the changing the reduction of $245,000 to park maintenance. Raise your hand if you support that change in reduction. Bringing it back on. 7, 8. I think it's just 9, just 1 online? I can't really. Can you see Frost? Okay, I think we're at 9 or 10. Okay. So Director Henry, you can add that temporarily back on. I am going to propose a break of 10 minutes. We will be back at 7:57. Nope.
Recording stopped.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
We're ready. Nobody's back. I know you are. It tastes like what? Please find your seats. Time is up. Might flash the lights. You know what? That's what I'm hearing everyone wants. So we get to yeah. I'm ready. Come on. Really?
Hittery. There has to be.
Get it done tonight.
Oh,
Welcome back.
you lost your
I lost what?
the little
Oh.
Mikey cover.
Thank you. Welcome back. I think we are done. Ahem. No, not done. I'm assuming we're done with the park maintenance section unless someone has further discussion. I'm going to move on to the library section.
Well, I do have further discussion.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I
Counselor
would,
Chenoweth.
because that's me. So one thing I would be interested to potentially, and I don't want to open up a humongous can of worms, but maybe just to throw this out going for a future discussion. You know, I've been enjoying listening to the and seeing the twinkle in Kit's eye as he talks about selling off property. And all the fun that he has in that process. And I've been thinking about, do we have excess property in the city of McMinnville that we could be also utilizing during this, I would say we're probably in a several-year cycle of addressing some needs, so that we don't have to necessarily go to bond, that we could look at getting rid of property and using that property to fix other property, for instance. This may not be a good discussion for this particular evening, but I'd like to throw it out there as a discussion point, perhaps for a future budget committee meeting, to bring us back together to have a discussion, or maybe a council level discussion. I don't know where it needs to belong appropriately, to discuss our properties and whether or not there may be some possibility there to look at liquidating some of that property to address both our homeless, our home lack of housing issues that we have, and also to address some of our financial circumstances that we're facing. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Are you asking for staff to respond or just a comment?
Or I'm dropping this into the brain of my mayor, my council president, and my city manager to consider this, to get this on a potential future agenda item.
Okay. Counselor Cunningham?
And being that Kit's back there, I'll love to get his take on this as well.
Not at this meeting.
I would support what we're talking about there, and as we've said before, when we had the conversation with the county, I would entertain selling the right-of-way on Ford Street between 4th and 5th, because I think that ultimately, packaged with the other properties, could draw a significant investment into our downtown and could significantly advance our coffers.
Wow, that is an interesting discussion. It's not about approving this budget. So I'm going to say thank you, noted by the people who note it, and I am going to move on. Does anyone have any comments or questions about the library?
I would say one of the things that I am happy to hear is that I believe the Chemeketa bond has passed, so my concern over line 50/50 is probably no longer a concern, because I assume that because Chemeketa got the bond, that's on page 311, that we don't have to worry about that one.
Mayor Morris?
Jenny, where are you? There you are. Just on the security, it has on 40 hours a week. Is that what you're using now? Because don't you have, I'm sorry, I can't see you. Hi there.
Yes, we have.
It's 40 hours right now.
40
as well?
hours right now. Yes.
I have a follow-up.
Councilor Payne?
Excuse me, with the security, did it start at 40 hours or was it, I thought I remember it being more part-time.
Right. So it started as a pilot program funded by the Friends of the Library at 20 hours a week. And we all recognized it as a very valuable addition and really a game changer in terms of behaviors at the library. And so I requested that it be funded for a few months by the city at an additional 20 hours. And so that's what's happened for the last couple of months.
Any further discussion or comments?
I did have a question for Director Berg. Is that
Yes.
may I ask? So Director Berg, there's been a lot of questions in the community about why does it take 17 people to run the library? What do they do? And how do we also utilize the 148 volunteers that are on the list? Could you, I would like to just provide an opportunity for you to explain to the community.
Thank you. So the library is about much more than checking out books. And we offer a lot of services in the community and at the library that require professionals. We're actually, circulating, handling lots of materials, purchasing lots of materials for the community to use, providing services and managing the public in a way that is probably, we're one of the few organizations in the city where the public comes in to, they can be there as long as they're following the code of conduct, and just that can take a fair number of staff to manage both the public and also manage all of the materials and supplies and the work that we're doing. I will say that the last 10 years have been, as we've all seen changes in the community in terms of behavior issues, that there came a point. So when I started at the library, the library was open until 9 o'clock at night, 3 nights a week. And there was one person upstairs from 5 to 9, and that was doable because there was not some of the issues that we see now. And there came a point where that was just, that was unsafe. And so to make sure that at all times there were at least 2 people upstairs for shifts and at least 2 people downstairs for all shifts. I do see changes to that as a possibility, given the security guard. There's been some really, there've been a lot of positive changes with patrons at the library. And so we have been able to branch out a little bit to have, on occasion, a single person upstairs at the library, given that we also have a security guard who's kind of more alert to that upstairs. So I've been talking with staff, given the reductions that we have made in both staffing and hours. We will be looking at how can we do business differently in a way that we maybe are able to inch back some of those open hours back up, given that we have that security, and that's been a game changer. Oh, and in terms of the volunteers, 148 volunteers, that's kind of throughout the course of the year. So we have a core of probably 20 volunteers. The volunteers also account for the Friends of the Library Foundation boards. So most of our volunteers, our core volunteers, I would say we've got about 20 that are regularly helping us with the work.
That answers most of my question. Could I ask one follow-up?
Sure, please.
What does it mean to manage the public?
That's a good question. And when I said that word, I was thinking that might maybe not be the right way to phrase it. Sometimes it does mean that. Sometimes it means that we've got people that are frustrated, upset, angry. It's customer service, and it's customer service that can run the gamut from people that are really happy and joyful to be at the library, and people that are very frustrated about something, or maybe even acting out in some way. So I think that's why I use the word manage, but I think we're not necessarily manage maybe was not quite the right word.
Can I ask one more follow-up?
Yes, you may.
This will be the last. Are library staff that are trained in library duties the appropriate people to be managing the people? Are they safe?
So managing managing patrons, when we're talking about customer service, yes, library staff are very well trained. When we're talking about behavioral issues, we have had training. We do have de-escalation training. It was taking its toll. So yes, I think that having that's where the security guard comes in and is definitely helped in the management part of things, helped in the behavioral issues that we've had.
Yes, Committee Member Bolden.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you for all you do for the public library and all your staff. I really appreciate it. I grew up here and love to go to the library and love to take my kids there. So I wanted to say that first. But my biggest question, and we did get a link in our,
Can you move it a little closer?
If I do that?
Yes, that's perfect.
Goodness. Okay. Sorry. I guess I'll eat this thing. My biggest question, we got in our packet, but it was just before this meeting about the positions in the library, the actual FTE positions. And unfortunately, I didn't get enough time to read every job description or what have you. So I just have a quick question about a couple of the positions, if that's okay.
Sure.
All right. So I see, so you have the supervisor positions, and then you have the specialist positions, and then you have librarian as separate FTEs in the budget here. And can you just tell me what, I guess, do the supervisors, are they also working as, do they do the same functions, multi-functions as the librarians and the specialists?
Yes, to some extent. So the job descriptions kind of, they can often build on one another, right? So you start out with, you're doing this thing, you add on other tasks and so on. The supervisors are also librarians. And all of us are, well, most of us work the public service desk. So if you come in tomorrow, you'll get to see me working on the public service desk. That's not a very common thing, but it is probably a every couple of weeks when needed. So the staff are, those positions, you may see someone who is checking in books, who is also a librarian and also a supervisor. But that's not usually the best use of that pay scale.
Sure, so they do multiple job duties, not just supervising and evaluating and.
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then in the part-time section, I also see that you have the specialists and librarians as well, and I'm just a little confused. Does that mean that you have multiple part-time people that like make up the 2.63
Yes.
librarians, and the same thing on the specialist side? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to express appreciation for, I know, all the hard work your team did. To a lot of people took cuts in their hours, and I'm sure that was hard. I love the library, and I don't want to take too much time to express that, but I know it was hard, and I know you came with willing to take cuts, and I appreciate that. When we came to check out the job here, I took my 4 kids to the library to see if it was a place I would want to go. And that in the Dragon Park and 3rd Street, like that was kind of what sold us. And that, it means a lot to me, all that you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you, and I know that there are staff here that really appreciate hearing that, and I'll pass that on to others as well.
Councilor Peralta?
Thank you. Just really briefly, I just want to say thank you for the work that you've done over your career. I think most people probably don't know that you started as a volunteer at the library, so it's really a labor of love, and that you've also been able to expand the services at the library for patrons, and just the home delivery and the library of things that you've launched. I'm just so grateful, and it was very hard for me to, this budget cycle is very hard, so I thank you.
Any other questions and comments? All right, we will move to the next. Well, it's the general yes.
I hate to do this, but there was a question I meant to ask, and I did not ask it back.
I knew it.
I'm sorry.
Yes, please
and
ask.
I should know, I've been on council 5 years, I should know where this fits, but it's going to be Susan Muir one way or another, whichever department it really should have been in. So this is for you, Susan. One of the questions I asked had to do with the amount of money that we are charging for the use of our pools. And it has been an ongoing question that I have had. I think I've brought this up every budget cycle. I really would like to see the MOU with the school district fixed so that we're charging them what is a realistic rate for what they're doing. So I'd like to see that happen sooner rather than later, because that's, part of our budget holes is not charging for the actual use of our equipment the way we should be charging. So just want to, I think that's not really a question, it's more of a statement. I'll put it as a question. When is the next MOU on this going to come before us?
Yeah, thank you, Counselor. It isn't an MOU that we have for facilities with the school district. We call it a reciprocal use agreement. It's very old. And what that does, it's not just one-sided, but we run a lot of programs out of school buildings. We don't pay for those, and they run a lot of their programs out of our buildings. When we were talking about the new building, and we had some representatives on the MACPAC from the school district, I gave them a heads up that we actually need to look at the value of the spaces and add up what are they charging for their gyms? How many hours do we use it? We need to look at, and this came out through that operating budget, we did increase what the proposed cost charges would be to both the swim club and the school for the use of the new pool. As you can imagine, that didn't go over great in terms of the increase that they would see. So those negotiations will be set and happen when council sets the new fees for the new building. As far as the reciprocal use agreement, I don't know that council approved that the first time, but you would be able to see the fees and the charges under a new facility.
Yeah, the answer to my question, every time I ask it every year and I see this, is rather startling. And so I think, I'm glad to hear that that's the plan in the new one, but that's assuming we get a new one.
Correct.
And that's not an assumption that I'm willing to bank on.
Correct.
So,
Got it.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments about the general non-departmental section?
Sorry.
Yes, Counselor Cunningham.
Page 320, it's the first paragraph. McMinnville remains the 18th largest city in the state, but its share of the total Oregon population continues to waver, while other larger cities have increased. I'm assuming Director Richards might be able to speak to this. I'm assuming it's because of our restricted or just availability of buildable lots and.
Yes, I would make a similar assumption, but I don't have the data, so I don't want to speak out of turn. We are growing at a smaller pace than our comparables.
Mayor Morris.
There's probably an answer for this, I just don't know it, so I just want to clarify it. So on page 20, and it has the proposed budget by all city funds. It has a property tax at 19 million. And then on 326 at the top, it has it at 15. Can you just tell me why? Where am I missing?
I'm going to turn to Katie to make sure I'm right on this, but what's in the non-departmental budget are the operating levies, and the total number includes our debt service. So I think that the delta is the debt service that shows up in the other fund. Is that right? Is that right, Katie?
The debt service. Okay.
Got a head
Yes,
nod.
that's correct. It's all the property taxes across the city, so there's multiple funds in there. Yes.
Counselor Payne?
Thank you. Finance Director Henry, I would love to see the slide on the full taxing authority, examining the full taxing authority and the city services charge, and hopefully you can screen share to do that.
So the question came up as to what would the difference be if we got rid of the city service fee and added in the last 50 cents on the property tax levy. At least that was my understanding of the numbers we wanted to do. The billing services for 1 year is 90,000. So if we were to do that, it becomes a net loss of 555,000 for the year FY26 in question, if that was to be proposed.
Counselor Chenoweth?
If I look at that, I see that you've done that backwards. Because the billing service portion is the billing service we're charging, we're paying for this in order to have the city service fee applied. So we're no longer going to pay that 90,000. So that should be a plus to the account, not a negative to the account. Because right now we're paying that 90,000. If we're no longer paying that 90,000, we're adding that back in.
I think you're right.
Yes, you are correct.
So that would make that 375, not 555.
555 minus 90,000?
So,
Got it.
our service fee will go down, our billing services. Yes, so 375. Thank you very much for the correction.
So since it got brought up, I would love to see a straw poll I believe that we have, one of the areas where we created a trust problem was the passing of the city service fee and the way it was handled. I do not necessarily think that, how do I want to say this? I think, I appreciated the other day when we were discussing the potential for a bond, the comment was made, well, we could go for a levy. And then when you go for a levy, you actually ask the voters if it's okay if we take the money for a service that we're going to provide. We didn't do that here. And I think that created a lot of angst in the community, and it created a lot of problems of trust with our community members. So I would propose, and I remember having a conversation a while back with Councilor Cunningham, that there is room for a compromise here on my part. But I would propose we get rid of the city service fee, we bring back the whole $150. That's within the statutory authority. And then if we need to go forward with a city services fee type proposal, that we put that out as a vote to the public, explaining to them the services that they're going to gain or lose without that money being available. That way they've actually made the decision to support this as opposed to the way it was handled. So I'd like to see a straw poll on this.
Can we have some? Sorry.
Yes, we can have some discussion first. Councilor Cunningham?
I have to learn too, so I apologize about that. Can I get some clarification if this is the body that could do that? Since it was created by the city council?
This body clearly has the authority to levy the property taxes. This body has the authority to not appropriate revenue from the city service charge or not recommend it. You can't make it go away as a budget committee. That would have to be an action by the council. Much like a couple of things that we talked about earlier, you could, I think you could probably approve a budget that recommends no revenue, but it would require the council to actually eliminate the city services charge for that revenue to not accrue. Does that make sense?
I think so. Councilor Chenoweth?
So essentially, if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is we could make a recommendation that it be, that we're not, we could choose not to have it as revenue in our statement and make a recommendation to the council not to appropriate those funds. And the council who are here can also make it clear that the intent is to repeal.
The council would have to ultimately repeal the city services charge, whether you, even if you budget zero, if the council doesn't repeal, the money's going to show up. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's essentially the same as what we're doing already. It's making a recommendation to the city council, and the city council is going to make a final authority decision.
Yeah, it's different in that it will require a separate policy action that's not related to the adoption of the budget. But yes, the council would have to take a formal action.
Right, let's do a straw poll.
Wait,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Oh,
I've put a lot of work into this one.
okay, please.
Yeah, I think when Councilor Chenoweth and I had that initial conversation, it was prior to any sort of shortfall coming to fruition. As I learned how we got to the last shortfall and what was the confusion around it, which was that it was a one-time shortfall, that it would get paid and it would that money would no longer be needed. I researched every single News Register article as far as it goes, with the budget being the selection item. there was no mention of a one-time shortfall ever in any of the budget meetings. It was a shortfall that was going to continue on in perpetuity year after year after year. And because of everything we discussed with Measure 5 and Measure 50, that shortfall was ultimately, if nothing was done, was going to continue to grow at a faster rate than the revenues were going to come in. That is why we are here today, which I might say what I want to recognize is that I believe that we are suffering the ramifications of COVID and everything that the federal government did, which was to basically supercharge our costs going out of control. And so thus, every fix that the prior budget committees have done, whether it is, and city councils, whether it was through the city services fee, whether it was putting it to the voters for the fire district to be created, was to continue to deal with these shortfalls. I would 100% agree that we may have missed the mark in not declaring the city services fee to go to a specific fund, the police department. I think that that is where the perception within the community is, and it's been thrown up or thrown out, like the transparency. Where is this money going? It's just going to the general fund. It's not earmarked. It's just a slush fund is what it's been referred to in the past. It is not a slush fund. We could have tagged it with a direct area so people get to see exactly where it goes. And if you look at the 37 other communities that do it, most of them by far have tagged that city services fee with a direct fund. And more communities are adding that city services fee every single year because they are up against the exact same thing we have. And I probably can't find it, but I can definitely put it in the public record. I was talking to Director Burke that at the time this city services fee was put in front of the council, and this was the third or fourth iteration of funding revenue ideas that had been put forth, and everything else had got shot down. But we were at an inflection point that we had Chief Scales, Director Burke, Director Berg, Director Richards, all stand in front of us, sit in front of us, and talk about where they were and where the departments were. And Director Burke made the comment of, we have gotten to the point where the morale is so low that this is it. We are here. This is what we need in order to move forward successfully. And it was the decision of the city council at that point in time to go ahead and make that decision, to put together a city services charge. Of course, as history would have it, we ended up needing to create the fire district as well. And I had a conversation with past Councilor Garvin, and he was like, how are we here again? We thought this was the fix. We thought the fire district was the fix. I completely understand Councilor Chenoweth's concern, and I completely understand a desire to horse trade the 50 cents now, and then if and when, and it's a year or two down the road, we are sitting right here again doing the exact same thing. We then put it back to the community for discussion, but it is something that will be put together by the city council because that's the tool that we have. The city services is a city council tool. And at that point in time, yes, I guess we could label it something specific, but from what I understand, the sheer amount of money, effort, and time we have already put into this would all go to waste. And we wouldn't necessarily, I don't know, we have different administration now, but we wouldn't necessarily have a guarantee from Mac Water and Light that they would participate this time. And so I would like everyone here tonight, and maybe this is something that we have to table because we're going to Friday, to do the research, to get the history, to fully understand why we are here. People don't like taxes. I don't like taxes. But the cost of doing business doesn't go away. Thank you.
Councilor President Peralta, did you have something you want to say?
You know me. Yeah, I also appreciate, I appreciate this dialogue, and I appreciate Councilor Chenoweth's, consistent position in opposition to the service fee. Understand where that's coming from. That really hasn't changed. My concern is that I have multiple concerns. One concern that I have is if we make that change, we are punching another, $500,000 that we need to make up, or $375,000 that we have to make up. And we might be able to do that, but we'd essentially be raising people's tax rate as a body, and so they're going to get their taxes raised without a vote in that case, because that's how we assign the tax rate. We're authorized to go up to the 552. And then that might work for 1 year, as Councilor Cunningham pointed out. But we're going to be back here next year, even after all of these cuts, in the exact same position without a 50-cent increment, and having to figure out that city services fee at that point. And we'll be making millions of dollars of cuts again next year, because we will be out of runway. And as we saw the graph that Director Henry put up yesterday in terms of the budgeting, given the trajectory that we have, and the reason we're in this position, I think fundamentally, is that the city hasn't grown. City hasn't grown, and so the tool that we have to add revenues without raising taxes is growth, and we haven't grown. So what we're left with until we can start growing again, which is why I think the planning department is so critical to our long-term future, until we can start growing again, the tools that we have are the tools that 50 other cities, including McMinnville, have used in Oregon, probably more than that actually, which is to implement a city services fee. And if we don't do it this year, we'd be doing it next year, because we will be out of money next year and we'll have to go through this process again. I mean, Director Henry's testimony to us was that in 2027, we need to add the 50-cent increment at that point, and then that will carry us through 2029 when the budget line crosses again. And we have to have the hard conversations again, unless we start to grow. Unless we start to grow in the next couple of years, that line's going to cross in 2029. And so whether we do the city services fee, which we've already done, and keep that, and then add to the increment in 2 years or 3 years or whenever that has to happen, or whether we do it the other way that you're suggesting, it's going to be the same thing. And I think what we need to do as a body is actually, be clear with the public that we have gone through, the process that we're going through right now as a volunteer body is probably more extensive than any other city, certainly than of our size, but relative to Salem, relative to a lot of much bigger jurisdictions, what we're doing in the last week is more oversight than is happening in 99% of the cities in Oregon this year, I promise you. And so I think what we need to do is do a better job of explaining the reality of the budgets and why we're in this situation. And it's not because of the fault of anybody. It's not because, people are terrible administrators. It's not because individual counselors are evil. It's because this is the dynamic that we're in. And as we've discussed, we're going to be in this constrained dynamic like every other city until we get through the PERS stuff. And so anyway, I don't support the proposal. I think it destabilizes the work that we're doing. I can appreciate where it's coming from. I also appreciate the dialogue about making sure that people understand this is funding police, this is funding library, these are funding core services of the city. So anyway, I've said too much, but that's my take.
Councilor Tukolsky?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Maxfield. I just wanted to state for the record that I consider the city meeting minutes and the video that the city has created the point of truth for what the city has decided.
Sorry, can you speak up? I'm not quite hearing.
Yeah, so can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll eat the mic. I consider the city meeting minutes and videos the point of truth for what the city has decided. The News Register itself is a great point of reference, but it is a privately owned entity that does tell stories that they want the public to hear. So I just wanted to state that for the record. The other thing that I wanted to say was that the city service fee itself was 48% of my MAC water and light bill this month. And while that's not a lot to me personally, it seems to me to be a hidden cost that appears to be my water and electricity when it's really not, and that's confusing to people. And it is something that has not been put to the voters. It's something that's not been approved by voters. It's just something that we've imposed upon them. So while I understand the need for it, I just wanted to make that clear. So thank you for the time.
Councilor Payne?
I too appreciate the dialogue and the discussion. The budget in totality is not an easy conversation, but we often circle back to the city services charge, and those of us who voted against it are consistent and passionate. Also understanding that cities can't operate in the red and being reasonable in our ability to compromise, and also understanding that we can't be in the same situation next year or the year after if there's not significant changes. And so in that, I would say at least please consider reducing the city services charge and go to the full taxing authority.
Councilor Chenoweth?
I really appreciate the dialogue, appreciate the comments that were made. I would just make a few adjustments to how I view how we got here. I am not one that is going to blame Measure 5 and 50, at least not by itself. Measure 5 and 50 put in a hard cap. Citizens understood that what that hard cap was going to look like when they voted for it. That's what they wanted at the time, and they accepted the realization that that was going to limit government to that hard cap. Unfortunately, at the same time, decisions were made that caused payroll to consistently increase at a greater pace than that 3 to 4%. That hard cap put in place. So the two decisions combined led to an ongoing deficit. Blaming one or blaming the other, I would blame more on PERS, but that's, teach their own. Secondarily, I would say that the statistical graph that we were presented showed an expected assumption of 3% income gain. Which I don't think we've ever only had a 3% income gain. So that was an understated assumption out of the gate that we were provided with. Lastly, my opposition to this from day one was I felt if we wanted to do this, and I was not opposed to a city services fee, but if we wanted to do this, the right way to do this was to make the case to the voters that we need more money to provide the service they want. It's to ask the voters to agree to pay this. I made the case, along with one of the members in the audience, that this is one of the most regressive forms of taxes that you could pass. And I appreciated when they came forth and made that argument. It is a regressive tax. It disproportionately affects the poorest among us, and it was not put to the voters for a vote. So again, I would strongly urge that we make the correction while we have the opportunity to make the correction, and then make the case to the voters. Yes, it's more work, and I really appreciate the comments that we are putting in more oversight and more work than probably any jurisdiction out there. I appreciate every volunteer in here. I sat here last night and had great conversations with one of our executive team members. Great is a perspective thing, but to me it was a great conversation. And I believe in each and every one of our executive team. This is not meant to make things harder or more difficult, but it's sometimes doing the right thing is the hard thing. And this is the right thing. If I get voted down, I understand.
Hold on. Committee Member Bolden?
Okay, eating this thing now. I hate it that I can't still see that spreadsheet again.
Which one? The one with the city service charge and the simpler one, or the
had them bring back up with the 375 deal? I don't know what the headline of it. No, not that one.
Not that one. The more recent one.
Oh, I guess it's the city services.
Yeah, the one that just shows the city services charge and the 50 cents. There we go.
Okay, so just again, so I understand all the sides here. The city service fee is estimated or brings in the $2,265,000. If we instituted the 50 cents, bringing the levy full, that's another 1.8, correct? And if I heard you correctly, what you were saying is take out the city fee, which would decrease the billing service because we wouldn't have that anymore. Okay. But nothing's there to say do both, right?
We can do both.
What I'm proposing is that we exactly do that. We do both, which is a net loss of $375, and which then takes the city service fee offline and brings back the full $1.50, which, like I said, cuts us at $375.
Okay, just again, a different question. Because I am concerned about the reserves. I'm just going to say that right now from life. I mean, life happens. Disease happens, things happen. So my question would be, and again, I apologize that I'm not more knowledgeable about this, but if, again, I'm sorry about this, Director, if you could go back to that other slide again. When I'm saying do both, I'm saying, is there a way to institute the full 50 cents and potentially maybe lower the service fee? Not eliminate it. And the only reason I'm saying that is, yes, 100% what everybody is saying here. Participation by our citizens, direct accountability for where the money goes and what it's being spent on. Totally hear all that. My question to that is, and in some worlds people might say that's double taxing. I'm just saying, if we need, and it's been said a million times, we're going backwards. We're going to continue to go backwards, right? Continue to go backwards. You got to pay for the services that you want, and everybody in this room thinks these services are very important. Every citizen is commenting on our things, that these things are important. So my question is, if you can not eliminate, I guess I'm saying maintain your reserves, but provide enough through the 50 cents on, I would say go full levy and reduce the service fee if that was possible.
Hold on, do we want staff to respond to that?
Just like the prospect of eliminating the city services charge or reduction would require an action by the council. And this body could make a recommendation, and the council would then have to take some action.
Okay. Did that, sorry, Chris, I can add you to, there's 6 in front of you. Mayor Morris.
I just wanted to add in here that I had issues with how it all happened as well as a citizen when the city service fee came in. It sounds like I may have had a misunderstanding, but I understood it to be a temporary thing. And it's continued. And I agree. I like the voters to make a choice. Right now, what I'm concerned about taking it fully away, though, is that we know we're going to be in the hole again. Okay, but I'm not opposed to negotiating the price of the city, what we're charging. I'm just afraid to take it away, that we're going to be right back here, and then what's the cost to take it to the voters? That's going to cost them even more. That's my concern as well. So I just want to share that. But Chris, I appreciate you bringing it, and and on the city service fee on the bottom, I know it wasn't earmarked, but the first 2 things that were listed as what it would be used for was for safety to the community and response to the community.
Councilor Cunningham?
Have 2 comments, if I may. To Councilor Tukolsky, using the news register, and I completely understand that having it just be basically our video or whatever, but the same thing that I would ask, that I have asked of folks that I've talked to, is show me the evidence that it wasn't ever that. And I've never had evidence that it was a one-time shortfall. Has never been the case. No one's ever showed it to me. So the other thing that I would note is other communities that are very close to us that have been struggling with the same thing are Newburgh, and Newburgh's city services fee this year updated is $31.65 a month, more than double what we have. And like I said before, you want to figure it out, good luck.
Councilor Tukolsky.
Yeah, we still have 50 cents of tax levy opportunity, correct?
Correct.
Taxing authority, excuse me, not levy, that's a bad word. Taxing authority still exists. Could I ask that Director Henry create something that shows that we bring back that additional 50 cents on top of the 50 cents that we've proposed, and then reduce the city service charge such that it equals out?
We still have a straw poll out there that hasn't been completed on the request that was put forward to eliminate. I can't run 2 scenarios at the same time. I can show you here, I've split these apart into the 50 cents adds the 1.8 million, removing the service fee takes away the 2.2 and takes away the 90,000 in the billing. So I have them all on here. We can play with them and look at different numbers. However we want. The way it's set up right now is for the current straw poll that's, I believe, is on the floor.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves in the straw poll, so
Thank you.
I guess can we do that straw poll and then move on to the
Yes, we just have a few, we have people in the queue. So I'll finish the queue, I won't add anyone else, and then we'll do the straw poll, okay? And I'll take myself out of the queue. Councilor Peralta.
Thanks. I just wanted to respond to just a couple of the factual points about the city services fee. The I definitely agree, this is the kind of thing that you would prefer to send to voters, but the process by which the city implemented the services fee is the process enumerated in the law. And so we followed the law. Regarding the statement that it's a regressive fee, I do agree that those are often regressive fees, but I would remind the council and the budget committee, under the current fee structure, single-family homes pay $13 a month, multifamily is $9.75, and qualifying low-income houses are charged $1.30. So there were definitely efforts to address that issue of the lack of equity in the fee. And then the main thing I wanted to bring up is just to sort of describe why we did it the way that we did. I mean, first, aside from the fact that it's the legal process that we used, had we, at the time we implemented the city services fee, it was around this time during a different budget year. And we were at that time trying to fill a multi-million-dollar hole in the budget. And so had we put that to a vote, which we were not legally required to do, and I don't even know if, I'm not sure what the process is, whether we can. I assume we can, but had we done that, we needed to fill the budget hole that year. We needed to fill it that year. And had we put it to a vote, that would have been November of that year at the earliest. And so that is 6 months worth of revenue that we would not have been able to fill. And so that was a big part of the reason for implementing the services fee in the first place. And had we not done it the way that we did, then we would have had to come up with some other method to fill that budget hole. But the one we settled on was the city services fee. The process that we followed is the process enumerated in the law, and we did take steps to make sure that it is more equitable and less of a regressive tax of the way that Councilor Chenoweth suggested.
Councilor Chenoweth?
So a couple things. First, I would be careful if I was a councilor using other city taxing without taking the full picture, because the property tax levy in Newburgh is far less. They don't have the same tax levy that we have. So when you're comparing city service fee to city service fee, that's probably not a fair comparison, because you have to compare the full tax picture to get an understanding of level of taxation that is occurring on each individual user within the system. So just for a clarifying point, I know Newburgh as a whole, I don't know this, my understanding is Newburgh as a whole is less than McMinnville as a whole, but I would need to do some calculations. I do know the property tax is way less than our property tax. That being said, again, Sal, I'm not supposed to talk to Sal. My own rules here. I would also, again, reiterate, I get all the arguments for why it was done the way it was done. I get all the arguments for it followed the legal way. That doesn't make it right. And, from a perspective of, and I said it then, and I didn't want to be hard in saying it then, but I'm going to say it again now. If you take money from somebody's wallet, the only institution that can take money from somebody's wallet without permission and not be in trouble for theft is government. It bothers me when we don't get permission before we assess new taxes and new fees. And so I will not, I'm looking forward to the straw poll, and if I get voted down, I'm voted down. I'm used to that, so thanks.
We are going to do a straw poll for adding back the 50 cents and not collecting the city service fee. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, we will put that option to rest. Thank you. Did we have a different straw poll?
I would, yeah, if I may propose that you add back the entire taxing authority, and then instead of just the 50 cents.
Sorry, say that again.
Basically the same thing. I can't hear anything. basically the
This
same.
is the full taxing authority. This is the final 50 cents to make it the 502, the full taxing. This is the final 50 cents.
Okay, then I'm out. Thanks.
Okay. Is there a different scenario that someone wanted?
We're not bringing back the other 50 at this point in this discussion, right?
No one has asked for that straw poll. So this, she's going to take out all the yellow, I'm assuming, since we didn't have interest in that. Okay. So we are done with our discussion of the general fund. Counselor Tukolsky, do you have a question? Oh, sorry, I thought your hand was raised. I think I would propose that this is the time for the horse trading, because the other funds can't go into the general fund. They can't, does that make sense? All this horse trading you guys wanted to do is now.
Well, there's a couple more cuts I'd like to see.
Okay, yes.
So maybe we can have discussions on those. One of those, and I want to be very careful how I phrase this so it's understood clearly where I'm coming from. Just before our two city council sessions ago, it hit the news that the Port of Portland was removing all DEI language from their books for fear of losing potential federal dollars. And we are in the process of trying to get federal dollars for things like the 3rd Street Improvement Program, the Innovation Campus infrastructure, and the Alpine development. So I have concerns that having line items in our budget that specify and call out DEI, it's a NID, it's $46,000 or $50,000 or somewhere in that range, is going to put us in a position where we could lose out on potentially millions of assistance from federal government on programs or on infrastructure that we need done. So I would propose that we remove I think it's 2 items that call out specifically DEI out of the budget as a preemptive prep work to ensure that we can get that funding from the federal government.
So you're proposing eliminating the items, not just changing the wording?
I don't think it will make a difference if you change the wording, given it was already put in there the way it was. So yeah, I'm proposing eliminating them.
Is there any comments on that?
Can we hear from city staff as to what that is that we'd be eliminating?
So they're requesting which line item? Is that what you're?
I mean,
maybe Chenoweth, Councilor Chenoweth maybe knows. Did you want to respond?
You're probably on page 103, account number 7710 is part of it. I mean, that's just a small portion of it. And I will let Noel and probably the other department heads would have some impact to DEIA not being involved in their projects. So I'll let them share before I do.
Sure. I believe you're talking about the ARPA-funded projects. The only projects that are listed for DEI specifically in the budget are related to the ARPA funding.
Okay, so
yes, that's true. It's page 103. He said, Noel, sorry, you couldn't hear it. He wasn't in the mic.
Sorry, yeah, it's all on page 103.
Councilor Payne, did you want the staff to discuss those? Is that the request?
Yeah, well, Noel can elaborate on that, but there's a lot of crossover in the spending of these funds into other departments and, including HR and planning, community development and parks and rec and we have the ADA accessibility plan that DEIA will also touch. So I have concerns about changing that funding, and it's really important that, you know, we have things like website translation service. So I'll let Noelle dig in there.
Sure. The funding that is currently in the budget for DEI are both related to ARPA, ARPA-approved projects by the City Council, one specifically for translation of documents, which we have gone mostly through already. Those would include things like being able to translate all of the police, all of their forms, so that when they are ticketing somebody or code compliance, that somebody is able to receive those forms in the language that makes the most sense for them. The other part of this is related to the HRDEI implementation approved project by City Council. Those funds at this point are, we've got, let's see, let me pull up my, oops. There's about $89,000 that are left in those projects in that fund now. Again, in ARPA, these are put aside for employee training, NeoGov implementation. There are some that are related to the DEIAC's goals for the year. We haven't made any, they're sort of sitting there right now as city manager has asked me to press pause in any spending of that until we've concluded our budget conversations. But that project would contribute to enhancing our ability to translate our signs in our facilities and potentially in our parks.
I just have one thing to add regarding the employee training. I think the line item there says specifically DEI employee training. That's in relation to our training software. So we are using that for some DEI training, but it's largely used for compliance-based training for our employees for all kinds of things unrelated to DEI.
To be clear, my concern here is we're talking millions of federal dollars that we're asking for currently. We have a lobbyist that is actually trying to get that money, and it's running at counter purposes if we have something that the current president is not going, it has made it very clear to the point that a place like the Port of Portland has made the same decision. I don't want to risk losing funding that we desperately need to have because of $45,000 worth of what may be very reasonable and important projects such as signage being in our budget. So that's where I'm coming from here. It's not about the value of the product. It's about the potential cost to our community.
I think, Counselor, my comment was to suggest that some of these things may be in the budget regardless of whether or not they're related to DEI. So in some instances, it might make sense to just remove the reference to DEI, specifically on employee training. That's something that we need regardless if there's DEI training or not.
And you and I have discussed the need for employee training, so I understand totally.
I do want to state for the record that committee member Harmon Ferry has joined the meeting.
Welcome. Are there further?
Sure. My suggestion is aligned with Director Hedges' recommendation that we consider renaming one or both of those pots of money to reflect their actual spending purposes. And if it's clear that those are for training as opposed to another purpose, then I think that is sufficient. And then with respect to the proposed signage changes, I do think that it's important to have signage in multiple languages. However, if I would be curious, I'd be interested in hearing staff's thoughts on the degree of priority for that particular ARPA project, which it seems like we haven't spent down yet.
So, were you asking me? I'm sorry.
If I may, I'd like to direct that to Director Towery, and then if you have additional context, sorry. City Manager Towery.
Thank you. The fact that we haven't done the work isn't reflective of whether or not it's seen as a priority. It's just a matter of staff capacity to deliver the project. I think there's a case to be made that the ADA law obligates us to make better headway on a variety of accessibility issues, including language accessibility to our facilities and our resources. I would also say that I understand the action taken by the Port of Portland. This is not an action that's being commonly taken by jurisdictions. I in fact don't know of any other jurisdiction besides the Port of Portland that has taken this action. It hasn't been part of the recommendation or considerations that the league has put forward for its member cities. I haven't seen it be taken on by many, if any, jurisdictions. So I think these are valuable projects. I think they've been vetted by at least 2 iterations of the city council. Staff sees some value in them. If it's a matter of labeling the projects, I guess the other point I would say is that, particularly with respect to the cost for the training module, we're going to pay that whether this line item gets eliminated or not. And so it really just creates a burden at another point of the budget because we're obligated to pay for those licensing costs. And if we don't use ARPA money, we have to use discretionary general fund to pay that. So we're not avoiding cost by at least some of these reductions. And Noel and others may have more to add.
Councilor Tukolsky.
Yeah, I just wanted to state, I went through last year's budget and I added up the federal grants that we received, and there was a federal FEMA grant, U.S. Department of Agriculture, School Nutrition, Housing and Rehab grant, federal Bulletproof Vest grant, federal FEMA grant, and ODOT federal grants for a total of $1.72 million worth of federal grants. I would just be concerned that if we were continuing to go for that level of grant, that we could possibly be losing that. I don't think we're going for that level of grant this year. I think it's closer to the 1 million level, but don't quote me on that one. So I just want to state that for the record. And then one more comment that I had is that as a volunteer with the city, I've actually taken the DEI training, and I found that it was, honestly, it was worthless. It was shoved down my throat. I was fed an agenda that that person wanted to tell me, and that person would not listen. And so I really found actually negative value. So I don't think that all of it would be, but the way it was presented and who was hired to do it was actually offensive. So I don't support that.
Okay. Mayor Morris.
I'm just wondering if we change these to ADA, the implementation of the printing and the signage. I'm directing this at Chris, since you're the one that brought it.
I would be amenable to that.
And then take DEI totally out of or anything out of the employee training, but relabel the other ones and feel that will suffice?
I would be amenable to that. I just, again, I tried to be really cautious in how I expressed this.
Appreciate
but
that.
My concern, and I think it's a legitimate one, we have some real financial needs that are going to be hopefully met by the federal government grants, and I don't want to put us in a position that we could lose those.
So I guess a question I have is, if we change the names, we will still be able to accomplish the same goals? Can we effectively?
Yes, just changing the labels on the projects doesn't have a delivery.
Do we have to vote on it?
No.
Okay.
We could just do that. How about we just do that?
Director Henry.
Yes, I just want to make sure that we understand for the record that the proposed budget is what it is, has been published, and cannot be changed. That means that those line items will carry into perpetuity the nomenclature of DEI. That cannot be changed. We can change the naming for the approved, those line items aren't part of the approved. When we do the final budget, we don't have all of the comments and all of the extra lines in there. And I may be speaking out of turn. Jeff or Crystal, please feel free to correct me since I haven't done this budget, but that proposed is what it is. I also want to say that the issue brought forward by the Port of Portland had to do with the DEI policy, which is very different than a couple of line items in the budget. And that would be something that would have to be talked to with council and things like that, as opposed to these line items that were approved in prior years that have to do with federal funding that was previously already given. These are funds we've already been awarded and that we are in compliance with and have already reported on. So that's just my 2 cents on the matter.
I think to that end, it's a good point that the document that is ultimately approved by this committee and then adopted by the council doesn't include these sort of detailed notes in the line items. So that language will actually not show up in the document that authorizes the expenditure of funds.
If I may, one more comment, if that's okay.
Sorry.
Sure, just one. The accessible city signage was primarily focused on key accessibility features. So we were looking at things like a visual ranking system, perhaps, that would help folks who are trying to navigate our park system, who with their mobility issues, be able to look at a sign that says, okay, maybe this part, or maybe this specific trail, or the features of that park wouldn't make sense for how they're trying to enjoy their afternoon with their grandchild, for instance, just as an example. I also think I'd like to sort of state that, we've talked a lot over the last couple of days about safety, and I think there's really something to be said about the psychological safety that the city can provide by making sure that our services, that our policies, that the things that we're doing are accessible to all folks, right? I think that when we have, we've heard a lot of people come and comment not only during the budget meetings, but also during city council about their safety concerns. There's a whole lot of McMinnvillians that we don't hear from on a regular basis. And you have to wonder a little bit about whether or not this environment to them and their perceptions of safety, being able to come and feel safe to testify in a public forum in front of city council, feels safe to them. Some of the work that we did through the PROS plan with the DEIAC, we had some really robust conversations about different people's perceptions in McMinnville about what does a safe environment mean to them. And I think that culturally, that's very different from one person to another. So I just wanted to sort of throw that out there, and safety can include a lot of things and can be defined in a lot of different ways for a lot of different people. And I think that as it's our responsibility as both staff and elected officials that we consider all the definitions of safety and not just the one that feels the most true for us.
Any other? Can we move on? Or is there more comments? Okay. Any more questions and comments about this tab or reductions that you want to propose? Yes.
Yeah, because we weren't going to necessarily talk about the other funds, but I think in particular the transient lodging tax fund has had some questions within the community, and I want to just make sure that we are absolutely transparent to the community that legally we can only take 30% of that to the general fund at this time. There is some talk within the state level of changing that, but as of right now, there's really strict regulations around that 70%. That is only the 30% that we're allowed to work with.
Yes, Committee Member Watney?
Just, I've been very quiet, so I'm just got to say something. You're correct. The state is looking at changing the split 70-30, but from the friends of mine, and that's my industry, it's not going to benefit us. It's going to benefit the districts that are spending the money. So instead of getting 30%, we might get 20. Right now, they're discussing 25. There is a faction, the cities have all got together, and the lobbyists are trying to move it the other way, but this is a hospitality-driven state. We have huge amounts of revenue that comes in through those lines, and I do not see that that money is going to benefit the city in any size, shape, or description. Now that's an opinion based on the people that I know in the industry, but I would not hang my hat on that.
Director Henry?
Yes, thank you. I may be out of turn here, but no one has mentioned the MEDP contract, and I just want to make sure that that has been considered given the amount of public comment on it.
Thank you. Before we move to that, Councillor Chenoweth, did you want to respond to something else that had been said?
Well, actually, that was exactly what I was lifting my hand for, was to ask that we have a straw poll to bring their money back online.
Okay. Councillor Geary had a point that Committee Member Harmon Ferry hasn't been here for any of our straw polls, so she's just arrived. Rather than making a bunch of motions, Debbie, I don't know where I should be looking. Like, I'm looking, I realize, we are just doing straw polls and accepting it if there's a majority, but it won't really be added and people can change their vote. But if there's something that doesn't have enough support, we're moving on. So I hope that makes sense.
Got it, thanks.
Yeah. Does anyone want to make a comment before we do the straw poll? Yes, Mayor Morris.
Can you bring the budget back up that moves figures around so we can kind of see where we're at?
Oh, it's over here? Oh, okay, thank you. Except we're like this.
So MEDP is 75,000, unless I've been given the wrong numbers. After taking back out the previous one that we removed, we're at 407,610 for 1.5 months. Okay. Remaining available after adding back in the 75,000.
All right. Is there confusion, Councilor Payne? No? Okay, Committee Member Bolden?
Okay, I'm really confused. I thought that Councilor Dan had proposed about the 50 cents.
We didn't ever do the straw poll.
Going back in, but I didn't think you proposed it with taking the service fee out. I'm sorry, was not talking in here.
I guess I'm not understanding your question of me.
I thought that you had proposed to put the 50 cents of the tax levy back in.
So we've taken a straw poll to levy the whole $1.50, so add 50 cents and remove the city service charge. And that didn't have enough traction. So it was up there and then we took it back. So this includes the city service charge and doesn't have the added 50 cents. It has this year's 50 cents, but not the additional 50 cents that could be levied in the future.
Yes.
That's what I want.
There's still 50 cents of outstanding tax authority.
Right.
I mean, not that I want taxes, but.
So just, so what Councilor Tukalski asked was for him to see the number on the screen. He saw the number. He said, I don't want to call for a straw poll. I think that's the way it worked out. So
that's what I said. Yes. We agree.
Okay. So
yes,
I guess I'm going to ask for one of those things that I don't really like, but.
Yes, I was about a straw poll for the MEDP.
An oxymoron, I guess, or something. Yeah, I would like to see the 50 cents for the property taxes that we can add back, I guess.
Can we do the straw poll for the MEDP first?
I apologize. I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. I think it's going to be quick. Can I have a straw poll eliminating the $75,000 reduction of MEDP?
Bringing back.
Putting the funds back or
Bringing
eliminating
it back.
reduction.
Yeah.
Okay, raise your hand if you support it. Did you want to talk about it? I asked if anyone wanted to talk about it, and she brought up.
I don't want to talk about it.
We don't want to talk about it. Okay, if you support it, raise your hand. I don't think the people online, it looks like at least 2 of them. So we got, great. We can add that, leave that up there. Okay. Committee Member Bolden, did you want to make a recommendation for a straw poll?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And again, and I know we've had tons of discussions about this, tons, but I'm very concerned about the reserves, especially when we still have to fill these deficits. I think without it, what was the amount again, Director Henry?
Without it?
It doesn't all fit, so it's like, okay. So it's 407 with only a so we're 407 short, is that right?
No, that's how much, let me show you this number down here. Maybe it will make a little bit more sense. Our target right now for 1.5 months would be $2,001,489. And we would have $2,409,099. Our target for 2 months would be 3.1 million, and we'd have 2.4 million.
And the 1.5 with that number there is without the additional 50 cents.
Correct. So I have not added that additional 50 cents in yet. That's where we're at before I would add anything.
And then just for a little bit of additional clarity, those 2 big numbers, the 759,533 is how much this particular slate of items is below 2 months. And the 407,000, it's above 1.5. So
it's in between the 2.
yeah. So it's in, so the spending on this sheet is in between 1.5 months and 2 full months. Talk about it.
Oh, she doesn't want a straw poll. Okay.
You can pull those back.
Got it. Okay. Do you still want to comment if she doesn't want a straw poll? Okay.
I do.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to comment, and then he is going to want to say something. I do want to do a straw poll, please. I feel like I'm on a game show for increasing to the full tax authority and reducing the city services charge by half, which I think puts it in the neighborhood of $7 per household or something like that.
Single home.
Yeah, just cut it in half. Whatever, if we're getting 2.2, knock it down to 1.1.
All right. Councilor Tukolsky?
It's hard to conduct a straw poll with confidence without knowing the result of that effect. Okay.
Katie, sorry, Director Henry, are you putting that assumption in the spreadsheet?
So that has now been entered, and this is where we end with that assumption in there.
Councilor Chenoweth?
I would strongly discourage this. Strongly, with the strongest possible conviction, even more conviction than the previous conversation that we had on taxes, because we kind of made it clear to the voters that it was going to be 50 cents a year. And if we come in now at $1 this year, you want to talk about adding more distrust to the system? That would be a really good way to go about it.
Yeah.
Any more comments before we do the straw poll? We are polling on levying another 50 cents, so a full additional $1, and only collecting half of the city service charge. Can I have a straw poll for support of this? And that does not have enough support, so we will move on. Okay, are there other suggestions? Oh, before I forget, Chief Wood said he found some
Pot of gold.
a little bit of money, the kind of administrative thing. So I just wanted to let him, since we're getting into details. Sorry, caught him off guard.
If you look at page 183 of the paper copy of the budget, line 8710-15.
I didn't hear that.
There's a capital purchase for a canine. I had to make that purchase this year out of some other funding that I had available, so that purchase does not need to be made next year.
Thank you.
I have the dog.
Can I ask?
Yeah, Mayor Morris?
Does your dog still need a uniform, though? I'm just looking down here. At the canine detective uniforms.
And does your dog still need a car? Because it has a canine vehicle in here.
It's patrol canine
Yes,
and
the
uniforms.
vehicle is still a necessity.
Okay.
I just love that the software is literally called Pack Track.
Yes, Mayor Morris?
Is it added back in the software for municipal court? Okay, so if we're putting the people back, I think we need to talk about the software going back.
Can I interject one thing? It's sort of along the lines of a little bit of pot of gold. We had on the list, but still hasn't been entered into the spreadsheet, the $39,000 in reduction for professional services that we talked about the first night. And so, Kate, I don't think you've added that to the formula, right?
She did.
It is in the formula.
Oh, it
Yes,
has been.
It's in the formula, there just hasn't been any
Okay, so
straw
it's,
poll
so
or
it's,
motion.
so it's taken account of in this, I'm good, never mind.
Yes. And then I just added the canine down here under capital outlay.
My question about the software is I heard that it might take a while once we've fully staffed the court to get to the point where we're ready to implement it. So do we need to set aside the money this year? Or is it something that we should be prepared that will be for next year?
I would defer to directors Henry and Burke to sort of amplify that message. As I understand it, presuming the addition of the staff positions that you already have up on the board, there's enough backlog and enough work that has to be done to redesign workflow and work process that at the earliest we'd potentially implement a software in this time next year, kind of, so almost a year from now, so sometime in the spring. And I don't know, and at that point I'm not sure how much of the expenditure would have to happen in this year versus the subsequent fiscal year. The implementation would surely span over a portion of 2 fiscal years because it's not the kind of system that you just plug and play. I want to defer to Scott on sort of the work associated with implementing the software and the potential time it would take, and get Katie's kind of current thoughts on the time it would take for the staff to be caught up and ready to work through that. And so I just know those are issues, but I can't really talk to the specific timing or implication of those things.
I would say that this is a one-time expense that could either be added at this time or through a supplemental when we are ready. The backlog is pretty extreme, and depending on who we bring on for this extra FTE, it could take 3 months or it could take 12 months. So depending on the experience of the individual, it can vary. So if we get a completely entry level, it could take a year to bring them online, which would significantly slow us down. If we have someone who has worked in a court, and especially if they've worked in our court, that comes in to work for us, then they could be up and running within 2 to 3 months. And so we would definitely be able to do it this year. So I could go either way. So I'll defer to Scott on the implementation question.
Yeah, sure. Just to add a little bit to that discussion, capacity-wise, our team could take that on in the spring. I'm okay with that commitment. A project of this magnitude is also going to have some lead time from the vendor. It's not like we just sign up and they say, well, we're going to implement in 30 days. We're doing a police RMS implementation in spring, and we literally had to commit a year in advance to do this next spring. This isn't nearly as big, but I would imagine if the court was to spin up in, say, 6 months, and on January 1st we said, hey, company, we're ready to go, it might be 6 months till we get on their schedule. And there's might be payment up front. Some payment is usually required. There might be different times in the project where we have to pay. We haven't really gotten that deep into the weeds because we haven't made a commitment to the vendor at all yet. So it is going to be a moving target, but capacity-wise, we can do it, and it's going to depend a lot on when court's ready to.
Actually, it's Councilor Chenoweth. Sorry.
So we've had this conversation every year, I think, since I've been on Budget Committee, and to date, it hasn't happened. If we're going to move this forward as an allocation, or if we're going to move this forward as a priority by this Budget Committee, then I would say we need to allocate it. And that way you can make the commitment to get the purchase and make the commitment to make all this process that has to happen between now and then. And the money's still there, even if we have to roll it over to the next budget. You've got the commitment to make it happen so we can start inking the deal and making it finally come to pass. So that would be my, am I reading the room? Am I reading the thoughts of how this should work in a way that will make sure it will happen? Am I on path?
If you're looking my direction,
I
yeah.
am.
I mean, if you put the money in the budget and we did not get there in 12 months, or the vendor said, yeah, we're 12 months backed up come December, typically we would roll the money over.
But if we give you the commitment, it's in the budget, you can start this process immediately, no matter how long that's going to end up taking.
We could start the process immediately.
The process being getting the vendor, starting the paperwork catch-up that has to happen in the court, because you talked about all that paperwork catch-up, getting the processes redone that needs to take place before we implement the software. All of that can start while we're waiting for the software to.
Well, for sure. We're looking at a quote in a project that's, like you said, it's been stopped and started a couple times, and that work has to get picked up again. We could start that anytime.
Councilor Cunningham? No more? Mayor Morris?
Katie Henry, do you know the cost of the software?
I don't know
much
the
was it? Did you
current
say?
cost. I do have the ad package that we had back in the day for the court software, which we were at. Here we were at 130, and then I see down here 61,000. So I'm not clear, and Scott, maybe you can tell us.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 2024 quote. That was 150,000. And I believe when we initially started this, we had also set aside some money for professional services to assist with the work of figuring out the process and getting that done through the software. That doesn't have to be a part of it. That will take the court longer to do without some help in that. That's just background. I imagine if it was $150,000 last year, it's going to be a little bit more next year. Software goes up. And we could respin that, but it will go up a little bit. If we put in 150,000 based on last year's quote, it'll probably be a little bit higher.
And was that 150 just the software, or was that with the professional services you were talking about?
That did not, that was a separate discussion, I guess, when we were talking about implementing in probably late 23, 24. So the software is just 150.
Yeah, Katie, I think in the ad package, the 130 was the initial ballpark for the software. The second number, I think, was maybe the professional services cost. I'd have to look at the details. And then when we quoted it, it came in at the 150. So I think that's the two different items that you were seeing.
Committee Member Watney?
Thank you. Silly question on the software. This is just the implementation. Is it also a SaaS, software as a service, and or if it's not, what is going to be the ongoing maintenance?
So that 150,000 quote that we're looking at includes a one-time fee of 123,900 and a recurring fee of 26,600. So the recurring fee would probably be up, 5 or 10% by now, but it's way lower than the one-time fee.
Are we ready for a straw poll for the court software? I think so. Okay. Oh,
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what he said the one-time fee was versus the.
The one-time was 124 and the recurring was 27 to round.
Once you're done, can you scroll all the way back up so we can see the numbers? Thanks.
all right. Counselor Tukolsky, do you have, nope, okay. Counselor Cunningham.
Sorry, if I can just be reminded, Director Henry, that part of the add 1 FTE in the .4 was to implement this software. So I would say that the straw poll should be tied, I would think, to adding the software and keeping both of those. Or if we don't, then I don't know what I'd assume it's the .4 would get pulled off, but maybe I shouldn't even go down that road. Okay, let's stick to software. Okay, got it.
Okay, we're gonna do a straw poll on the software. If you support adding the software back, raise your hand. It looks like online. Okay, that is enough support to add it to this document. Are there any other, yes?
I do, I have one that I was thinking of. We've talked about kind of return on investment. We've talked about our one of the things that came off was our lobbying, and that has been a major return on investment with the state. We got $3 million the last go around, and so the question is it because of that investment being a major return, no guarantees, but we are looking at, and Heather, correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at 1.8 in this current $1.8 for is that for the Alpine?
$995. Just under $1 million.
Just under. Yeah.
Counselor Chenoweth?
I would absolutely support bringing back the state, but I don't think we need to bring back the federal. I think we do that perfectly on our own.
Can you clarify what's the difference? Like, is there a different
It's
amount or?
It's not FTEs. We're hiring lobbyists.
Okay.
And it's two different lobbyist firms. One for lobbying to the feds and one for lobbying to the state. And the one for lobbying to the state, I think we need to make sure we keep on board because the ROI on that has been substantial. But typically the way that we've gotten funds from the feds has been direct from like the mayor. And that's the way we're going to get it. I don't think we need a lobbyist for that.
Chair, could I just ask Heather to review sort of the different moving parts and the amounts associated with those contracts, just so the committee has some clarity? And yes, to confirm, there are two different firms. One we're working with on federal lobbying, the other state lobbyist. There's another component that Heather will talk about in more detail, but part of the federal contract was assistance on the grant program that we're going to be seeking the 3rd Street Improvement Project dollars from.
Yeah, so our legislative program, which has been successful, has involved both the .25 FTE of the Special Projects Manager that has supported the work as staff, working with our lobbyists and our small collective group of elected officials and staff that are having the meetings. But so in terms of the budget, what it amounts to is we have a contract with a state lobbyist. That's about $20,000. We have had that at a reduced level for the last couple of years. We would anticipate next year it might be 25, and that was what was originally in the budget. And then we have a contract with a federal lobbyist. We just started that in this past year. The reason we started it was because we will be reliant upon federal funds for the 3rd Street Improvement Project based on how that project has grown in terms of scope and need. And there are a couple of federal grants which we feel it's positioned for, but those grants do need that sort of presence in Washington to really lobby for those funds. They're very competitive, and that's why we had set up that process with the federal lobbyists. And that, I believe, it's 98 minus 25. So it's late for me, and whatever that math is that contract, 73. So. And the grant we would be going after is the build grant, and I think we're somewhere in the amount of $25 million in terms of that grant that we're trying to get.
Heather or Director Richards, did you say that we would need to add this back in if we added those contracts back in?
If I can't see the screen, the Special Projects Manager.
Special Projects Manager that we had reduced .25 FTE. You mentioned that at the beginning.
I would say, and I'm good, the City Manager Towery and Mayor Morris and Council President Peralta have all been working with us on this effort, but I do think it needs staff support at our local level to sort of work with the lobbyists and support our elected officials who are having those relationships with the state as well. The Special Projects Manager has served that role and also has relationships with state agencies and state elected officials at this point. So we've been building that program over the last 3 years. McMinnville has not done this type of effort in the past. And we're at a place where we really have the relationships now and the momentum, and McMinnville is more recognized at the state capitol than it has been in the past. And to me, it would be building upon a foundation that we've started to lay for the last 3 years that has already had success and could be potentially successful moving forward.
Council President Peralta.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for those comments, Heather. I mean, this was one of the state lobbyist was one of the things that I asked for when I first came on council because I felt that we could significantly benefit from it. $20,000 to $25,000 is a really good deal for an annual lobbying contract. So I do think that that bringing back the state lobbying contract makes a lot of sense. I definitely hear where staff is coming from with regard to the 3rd Street Improvement Project and the idea that we will need a federal lobbyist if we are to be in the running for those funds. I honestly think that it's something that I wouldn't be adverse to council revisiting the time scale for that, and I just think that it's a low likelihood success rate to get those funds. So we either just need to decide, are we going to put in $73,000 a year federally until we get what we want, much like has happened with the bypass committee, where they're putting in a couple $100,000 a year and for decades. But the upshot of it could be, well, was previously $250 million to fund the phase one of the bypass. And this is a similar kind of thing where I think we're going to be spending money for quite a while in order to get the funding for Third Street. So it's a big decision, and it's a big long-term expense.
Counselor Tukolsky.
Yeah, may I ask Council President a question?
Sure.
But does that mean that you support that, or that you support removing that?
I definitely support the state lobbying and the federal lobbying. I think it's something we need to discuss. I would favor having a conversation about that as a group. I could honestly be persuaded either way.
Sorry, Counselor Tukolsky.
I have a few other topics that I'd like to address, but let's finish this one first.
Can I just, I'm sorry I can't see the whole room very well, so I'm interrupting, and I apologize, Counselor Chachowski. But taking into consideration Counselor Peralta's comments, I think if we restored the 0.25 FTE for the special projects manager and not the federal lobbyist for next year, what we need to do is, we've been working on the new policies for the new administration and trying to understand our competitiveness for the grants relative to that for the last couple of months. And she and I had a discussion last week, and we feel we need some more time. We were going to apply in 2026, and we have deferred it now to 2027 after internal discussions. So it does make sense to maybe put that off for this next year and have a collective city discussion about when we pull the trigger and who we pull the trigger with to do that. But I do think for the state lobbying work to be successful and to continue to lay the groundwork for our federal ask in the future, that restoration, the 0.25 FTE is critical as well, as part in play with that.
So that is what I'm showing here, is restoring the 0.25 FTE and the 25,000 for the state, and not including the federal. Just if anyone's wondering, these are what the numbers pan out to with those changes.
So did we make a motion when we reduced that?
Would need to, yes.
No, but we made a motion, so we'd have to amend the motion. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, so you made a motion because the money for that 0.25 FT is actually in the proposed budget.
Right, so we
said we need you to pull that out. So I think it's probably two actions, straw poll on the state lobbyist, and then probably a motion to leave the funds in the budget as proposed for the position. If those are the two sort of moving parts that you...
But we could do that motion kind of when we start making all motions.
I think when you do it is up to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Was there further comment about the lobbying?
I'll just make a comment.
Yes.
Since I'm the one that deals with the lobbyist all the time, I agree that I think we should hold off on the federal. We just haven't used them this year, honestly. And the state lobbyist, we do have great relationships with Rep. Elmer. We have great relationships with Senator Starr, and are making even more at the Capitol. But having the lobbyist allows you to get those meetings and more meetings. They're the ones that set them up. So if we're going to request more money, then I do think we need to keep Doug Riggs. It's pretty good.
Yes, we're going to do a straw poll on adding the state lobbying. All in favor? Okay. I think online as well. All right.
Do we need
So I'm assuming that passed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Committee member Ernst, did you have a comment?
No, I was
Still
trying to
voting.
get over to vote. So that's why I was late on raising my hand. Sorry.
Do we have more? Yes.
We do, I don't know if it really matters, but do we need to do a straw poll for that 39,000 add back of the eco? I mean, maybe we don't at this point.
No.
When we
don't.
discussed it yesterday,
Okay,
the-
got it. Thank you.
You're going to accept the money.
Yeah.
Counselor Chenoweth?
I just wanted to say, I know Counselor Tukalski did have a couple more items.
Yes, I know that too, but he stepped out for a second. Any other comments or discussion items while we wait for a second? Yeah, let's take a break. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 9:57. Is like, so.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna name this Mike Cunningham. Because this thing is like, you can stand over here and you're still getting it.
Come on back, please.
Yeah,
Everyone take their
this one?
seats.
Garbage.
Yeah, there's still problems.
Do it.
I don't know. It's got
Okay.
Chair, before you start, I do want to state that committee member Frost has left for the evening.
And so has Counselor Payne. Oh, she's coming on Zoom tonight? Oh, great. I didn't catch that. So this is what we're thinking for everyone. We are hoping to finish the straw polls this evening, but I know much to some people's chagrin, I think we want to sleep on it before we vote on the motions, and then also I can get all the language right so I'm not fumbling through as we're voting on the motions for all the changes we've made. And then we will also need to answer any questions about the other funds tomorrow, because we also haven't done that. So I know Councilor Tukolsky has maybe a few more suggestions.
Yeah, I have a few more suggestions. May I?
Yes, please.
Okay. So just in Director Henry, could you bring up the budget again, please? Or the spreadsheet, sorry. So I'm trying to think about areas that we haven't talked about in a few spots. So number one is the senior center. And it's something that we've completely neglected. But when I went to visit the senior center, I don't know, probably 3 or 4 weeks ago now, it was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon during the daytime when they're doing all their programming. And it's very clear the senior center is lacking the ability to provide classes to everyone that wishes to have them. They're lacking the opportunity to expand their facility. And I'm concerned that with the removal of the senior center from the PROS plan, that they're going to be left in the dark with a budget that doesn't do anything to help them further their cause. There's one club, I forget which it was, I think it's like the Bridge Club or something like that, has completely run out of space, and they've since taken up and moved their operations over to the American Legion Hall, where they actually have space. So we're pushing people out into the other areas of the city where we're missing out on that opportunity to provide for them. So that concerns me. And so I'm advocating that we review the funding specifically for the senior center and figure out how much can we give them that they could work to expand some of their facility, knowing that they're no longer part of the PROS plan. So my proposal is that we turn to those pages, and most of their budget was pretty darn flat this year. I'd like to talk about a few of those line items and see if we can just add in some of this. And I also have a couple of subtractors that I would like to discuss as well afterward that we could potentially take from rather than just continue to spend. So I don't know if you'd like to hear, how would you like to do this?
What'd you say? Oh, Councilor Geary was wondering, he would like to offer his perspective on the senior. So I think maybe we just talk about the senior center first.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. I appreciate your advocacy for the senior center and the seniors therein. I agree. $3.5 million was the previous number that was potential for that was identified for the expansion of that facility. It's probably more now. Not orders of magnitude more, because it's percentage growth on a small number, and it was a fairly contained scope to add on to that. But I imagine it would be more now. The MacPacs project list did not include that as in that revised offering to keep it under $100 million. I think as we move that forward to a potential November bond,
we still have discussions on what is important to be in there, and that could still come back in. I think if there's a desire to include that in there, either expanding that over that 99 and putting that money in there to ensure that effort brings those people in, you got me in favor of that. I think working to add that in under the constraints of that 100 million is still a possibility. So being that it's potentially 5 million, 3.5 million previously, potentially, that in that order of magnitude of dollars for work, for addition for that facility. I don't know how we're going to get there with the operating budget, but happy to hear your suggestions. But that's my perspective on how we would really start to make an improvement over there, is through that project at a policy level discussion.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Council President Peralta.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the suggestion, Councilor Tukulski, and agree with your assessment of the need at the senior center. I also appreciate Councilor Geary's comments about bringing that back into the discussion with regard to the MACPAC recommendations and the bond that goes forward. Definitely favorable to that, given the dollar amount that we're talking about. And I also had just related to that conversation, I should say that I had a conversation with at least one member of the MACPAC that I can recall recently about expressing concern that some of the outdoor racket courts, the pickleball courts, might not have been included in the updated plan, and we've taken a lot of testimony about the importance of those as well. So I do think that overall the conversation about the pros plan is ripe, and I do think that given $3.5 million is a lot, as we've learned in this budget committee process for the general fund, but it's maybe more feasible when we're talking about a bond.
Director Muir, did you want to respond to any of this?
No, I'm just happy to be here for this conversation.
Okay. Councilor Tukulski?
Yeah, so I want to be very clear. I'm not asking that we add $3 million to this budget. That would be crazy. What I am asking is that we spend a bit of time, maybe even tomorrow night. That would be fine as well. But I think it's our obligation to these individuals who are our citizens as well to give them a nod, at least in this case, knowing that I presume that the senior center is not going to be added back into the pros plan. That's my presumption. I'm erring on the side of caution there. I would like to at least say that we should review this and we should look at it and figure out what can we do for these individuals today in this current budget that's guaranteed to carry them forward into the next year so that they don't feel left out, they don't feel marginalized, and realistically, they can enjoy the facility in the way that they're not today because it's just not meeting the needs. So if we'd like to do that tonight, we can. Otherwise, we can wait until tomorrow.
Councilor Cunningham?
Well, actually, I think I'll wait for City Manager Towery, but I'm guessing that this will be a little bit similar to how we were dealing with the seasonal work, that this might end up being something, because I don't think we quite know exactly which one to turn the dial on, and I don't know if it's like adding back into the M&S just like we did for parks, if that gives them the ability to budget within that to do their own add backs.
I think you've heard this before. Without the staffing capacity to manage these types of construction projects, it's very difficult for us to reach the expectation of this body that we would do it. And so it's more than just putting money in the budget. It's also helping, Geoff and his staff are building capacity for facilities and helping pave the way for project management. And the other thing I wanted to say is the council controls what goes in the bond. If this group wanted to recommend to the CPR PAC to put in the funding for the proposal, make sure that the senior center stays in there, I think they would listen to that. I would certainly listen to it, and if you told me to build it into whatever I bring forward, for that November election, I would be happy to do that. It was a very small dollar amount, and it is so needed over there. I'm so glad you saw that. We do not want the seniors to feel left out. I'm concerned about parsing, because it's a capacity issue and actually expanding the footprint. Doing that in smaller increments would be really difficult. And so I think I would recommend it. Putting it in the bond would give us the time to get a project manager, get it going, issue the bonds, and do that project. But to do it outside of that would be really difficult for the staffing amount, the amount of staffing that we have right now.
Thank you, and I do agree with you. I'm not proposing that we get the funding to expand the facility this time. I'm just asking, maybe it would be more appropriate if I could ask Director Muir, if before tomorrow night, would you be able to come to us as a body and state, you know, if you gave us X amount of dollars, say it's $20,000, we could improve the facility by, I don't know, of some kind, just to give them some grain of hope there. Because it's a great place, but I think it needs to be better.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. You know, some of the low-hanging fruit is new carpet or new flooring for the exercise room. Those kinds of small things might demonstrate that. We did have a bathroom remodel that we borrowed from the wastewater fund a couple of years ago, and again, that was just too big of a project for Parks and Rec staff to manage. So if things like the flooring in the exercise room and some better lighting in the dining room and that sort of thing is what you're looking for, I can bring that back.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, can do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and then my next topic, I had two more topics. Could we discuss the elevator in the community center, or is it too late for that? Could we direct some funding to that as well? That one's good.
I think we're waiting for a quote, and I think we have ARPA dollars that we were considering using for that.
Yeah, our plan was to get through the procurement, far enough through the procurement process that we had a solid number for you, and then bring back a specific proposal related to the use of unallocated or unused ARPA funds to support that project.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you for that one. And then the last thing I had, there's a few items in here that I wanted to just talk about. Maybe contract services might be better off than what we do today. I'm trying to get to the OneNote. Let's see, page 157, paper page 157. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that we could do contract work rather than have full-time staff doing this work for the city. The dollar value that I'm talking about is about $330,000, so it's not insignificant. But on page 157, there's a 1.0 FTE. It's a Community Development Special Projects Manager, which obviously we've already talked about. Is it possible that we could use a contractor in lieu of having a full-time employee on this budget? Because that employee, it looks like total personnel services for that singular employee is $228,000.
So that's the position that's up on the sheet already, right? That's right.
Yeah.
So 3/4 of that position is paid for by grant funds. So 3/4 of that total dollar amount that you're looking at,
okay,
and it's not a general fund, discretionary general fund. The quarter FTE is the 61,000 that you have on the list.
Okay.
That we didn't get pulled from the budget, but is currently pulled from the budget.
Okay, so it's only costing the city 61,000 to have that
The
FTE?
cost of that, of the general fund portion of that position is what's on the board already and considered for being removed from the budget.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then on page 91, it's actually under the city manager's office. There's the communication and engagement manager. We have a, what is it, a $39 million budget for the city. I know that the The county doesn't have a communications and engagement manager. I'm wondering if we could contract out that style of work as well. And that's not easy to say, and I'm sorry for that, but I'm digging into that and asking. And it's hard to tell the value of that position because there's actually 2.2 positions listed under that proposed budget. I'm not sure what the actual dollar value would be.
Sorry.
I don't know if anyone can tell me that value or not.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Vicki, do you have an idea of being HR director for him?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, Katie. I'm not sure if you're tracking that individually, but I could. Crystal, sounds like you have the number? Oh, you don't have the
Salary and benefits is about 152,500.
152? Okay. So I guess can we do that with contractors instead, or just forego that at this time? I mean, we're trying to get down to some essentials. It seems like that's not an essential activity at this time, but I'm open to discussion.
Committee Member Bolden.
Thank you. I really don't understand what that position does. So maybe you could tell me what the role of that position is. Again, I didn't have time to look at all the job descriptions that were sent out.
Sure. We're talking about the communications and engagement manager. I'm going to turn to Noel to talk a little bit more, but let me set it up for you. This council and its predecessor councils have consistently pushed for the city to be more proactive in its communication, to be more coordinated in its communication, and to improve transparency in all aspects of the city. We first created a communications position about 6 years ago. It was initially funded primarily by public works activities, and a lot of the work was around utility projects and the like. So it was funded primarily out of those non-general fund utilities. There was a little bit of general fund money because we wanted to be able to at least sort of test it out in terms of some general fund communications. The goal was to consider it being a more evenly distributed citywide asset. About 4 years ago, we made the decision to move it into the admin. It's still a position that's still charged out to other funds, so we do continue to support communications in other funds, but now the bulk of the resources are here. And so I'll turn it over to let Noelle talk a little bit more about her specific duties and work plans.
Real quick before that, can I just a little bit more on the question on the funding that you were speaking of? So does emergency management funding go for this, towards this as well then, like PIO responsibilities or?
The emergency management position is a half-time position that is currently funded by ARPA dollars. The plan was to fund that for the first 3 years. We might get a little more than 3 years out of it. And then we also got access to a grant through Yamhill County to update our emergency operations plan and our continuity of operations plans, and that work is near completion. So, separate.
Councillor Cunningham? Oh, wait, sorry, were we going to turn the time over to?
I think it'd be good for Noelle to talk about some of the specific activities and some examples of the work that she does.
Okay. Noelle?
If I could actually just take a moment, and I was a little bit caught off guard by that, so if you wouldn't mind just giving me a couple of minutes to sort of take that in, if
Yeah, we have a few more
that's okay.
comments.
Sure.
And I,
Fair
sorry,
enough.
can I-
Let me also note that we didn't really contemplate contracting out this service. The models that most communities who have communication specialists use are to use in-house staff, to have them be part of staff meetings, to have them on the ground in projects, to have them sort of immersed in the work that they're going to be communicating about. Using professional communications firms tends to be expensive. You had a conversation about that tonight with respect to some of the bonds, and so it's a different kind of skill set to do those sort of specialized contracted communications, and for us, the approach that we have tried to take is to really better effectively communicate the work we do day to day, our internal newsletter, our external newsletter, coordination on community events, marketing of those community events, whether it's summer fun or events in the library or community events that we engage with partners. Those are the areas where we're deploying this resource in the organization, in the community. I am dubious that we could get the same amount of work from a private contractor, and we certainly wouldn't have somebody who was really part of the organization and part of the community the way an employee is. I know that there's some questions and discussions. I also know Victoria.
I have her in the queue. Councillor Cunningham?
Yeah, I'd say specific to what City Manager Towery said, you know, I would say, you know, early on, asked my goals and challenges and everything like that. And I would say that, in all honesty, one of the things that you hear out in the public is we just don't understand, or we don't get what the city's doing or why they're doing it. And the outreach on every single level, every single platform is something that we have to continue to maintain, so that people do feel that there is a sense of transparency, that making sure that the meetings are noticed in the sense of like out to the general public in ways that they can consume it. And so I would say that it is imperative for us to continue to maintain this position, being that we want to make sure that we are reaching our constituents where they want to be reached, and literally throwing everything we can at it.
Committee Member Ernst?
Yes, thank you. So I share a lot of what Scott just said. I think we hear over and over again how the residents of McMinnville want to be informed on what's happening in the city. They want transparency. They want public engagement, and the council and the budget committee has done a lot to try to improve engagement, but this position is exactly geared towards that. And I think that's the most important aspect of what we're all doing here. And so I think having somebody on staff that's part of the community and involved closely and knows the ins and outs of what's going on and also knows the community is really valuable. And I don't think we would get that in a contracted person, and especially not for the rate that we're paying now. So I strongly hope that we keep that position.
Council President Peralta?
Yes, thank you. I would just echo the comments of Councillor Cunningham and the comments of Committee Member Ernst. I think that it's a valuable position, and the person in the position is a valuable person in the organization. So I would not be in favor of eliminating the position. And if I were to make any, and one of my goals, and this is just a personal goal through this process, was that even though we have a cuts budget, that we not make layoffs to existing staff, and particularly in this circumstance. And to that point, you know, I actually, if we're going to have further conversations about staffing levels, I think we should also contemplate bringing back the deputy city recorder who was laid off a few months ago, because I think that that's additional capacity that we're also going to need in light of bond measures and different kinds of things that are core duties of the recorder if we're going to be taking issues to the public. So anyway, those are my thoughts, and so I'd be a no on that straw poll question, and would encourage at least consideration of restoring the position to the deputy recorder.
Counselor Tukolsky.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Maxfield. So just to a few of the comments that were just made, I've personally separated the person from the position. Not everybody did in their comments there, but I am. I hope everyone understands that this is a position that I'm talking about, and that's all it is. I, too, see the value of the deputy city recorder. I was not excited when that individual was removed, and so I do think that that's an important position, because our city recorder right now is doing double work, and she is actually the one that is basically doing the meeting notices, unlike what you had just, Councilor Cunningham had just stated. The city recorder is pushing out the meeting notices via agendas and the work packets, and so that work is being done. I just don't see that if everyone thinks that the city communications are critical, and we've had a city communications director for 6 years, why are there still transparency issues when we paid almost $912,000 over the last 6 years? But we're still lacking in that area. So all I'm saying is it seems like I'm sorry you're laughing at me, sir. Yeah, I really don't sincerely appreciate that, but go ahead. I am just saying that, I don't see that it's an essential position right now that couldn't be contracted out. And I've separated the person from the position. So thank you for not laughing.
Sorry, you have to join the queue. I can't jump in right now. Counselor Chenoweth.
Yeah, I think one of the salient points I heard in all of this back and forth, well, two salient points I heard, is one, separating the person from the position. I think that's very important to do as you're making a decision of any nature like this. As a businessman and as an employer, I've had to make tough decisions, and when you have to make tough decisions, you have to look at it from how is this really as an asset or not as an asset to your business, not the individual. Sometimes the individual plays in that role, but oftentimes it doesn't. So I think that was a salient point. The second point I would make is that, and I don't know if you've done the research on this, Councilor Tukolsky, but the comment that you made that the county has a $200 million budget and they do not have the same type of position is also a salient point that kind of strikes something in me that says, we may want a position, we may think that it's a great position, it may be something that we desire, and I'll be transparent with you. When I ran in 2018 against Sal Peralta, I repeatedly said we needed better communications, and even asked for a communications department as part of my campaign. Not understanding budget the way I understand budgets today, and not understanding where our budget was at like I understand it today. I would think we would be hard-pressed to find another community of our size that has this full staff position. And so I, as hard as it is this is a horrible conversation to be having, but as hard as it is to have this conversation, given where our budgets are at and given our fiduciary responsibility to our citizens, I would have to concur with Councilor Tukolsky that we need to consider not having this position anymore.
Committee Member Bolden.
I was hoping that I didn't have to be clear about this, but my question about what the position does not have anything to do with removing the position. My question has to do with the fact of, we were talking about lobbyists, we're talking about communications, we have emergency management. I've worked for the hospital, and the CIO for the hospital generated multi-million dollars coming into the hospital. Now, I understand it's its own entity, it's not public, but communication is a key for dealing with acquiring funding. Because I don't know, again, like I said, what that role does, and I appreciate, Noel, that it knocked you on your, I understand that. However, and I understand separating the person. However, the person has been here, so she does have some educational knowledge that does take time to acquire. Anytime you're working in an entity, to understand the ins and outs of that program. I do know for a fact that outside contracting for those roles can be extremely expensive depending on the duties of the job. That's the reason I was asking about emergency management funding going towards communications in that position, because in other places that does go to help with PIO responsibilities, which sometimes falls just on law enforcement, other times falls to administration or public works. So again, I'm just asking for understanding. If that means that I need a job description emailed to me, I'll take that but I'm not going to vote until I have that clear information.
Okay. Anyone, staff want to respond? Okay, yes, Committee Member Watney.
Thank you, Chairman. Real simply, the one thing I wanted to say is replacing a FTE with an outside contractor will just about double your expense. It does make it controllable. You can fire him at any point in time, tell him to go home, and you don't have any thought processes on that. That's the way it goes. As far as my laughing, I do want to say that I like to smile a lot, and I read. And I read a lot from our communications director that comes out, and I read a lot of 603 pages of documentation. I'm lucky enough to be retired, and I can read all 603 pages. And this was the first year I've done that. The first year that I actually sat in this position, I didn't talk very much. I listened because I needed to know what made the city tick. I got involved very heavily last year, especially with the 50 cents. I've been advocating for all of that to come into this wonderful city from the day I walked in the door. And I want to thank former Councilman Garvin that he explained how we got all that done. We said 50 cents a year. Last year I said, no, we wanted to do it again. He said it again. And I really appreciate the fact that I followed through and listened to all of the things that were being said. On last Thursday when we had this meeting, I made a very big point to talk about the reduction of outside contractors. We spend a lot of money on outside contractors. My direction and my request was over the next year, let's take a look at those. Can we consolidate them? Can we make them even a little more efficient? That's something that the city will work on for the next year, and I'm sure they work on it all the time because they don't like to spend money. They don't like to throw money away. They do want to do the right thing for the city, as we all are. We have already spent over $1 million of money that was going to be in a reserve. Am I happy with that? No. But it's one of those things that you just have to take a look at. Are we still going to contribute? I'm going to guess so. I'm going to guess that we're going to contribute a lot more than what was laid out there because some of these things will not get filled. I want the city to have more police. I said this yesterday. Without the source of funding, I was having troubles recognizing the fact that voting for that on an amendment or on a motion. The situation is this. I listened. We found out we're only going to do straw polls. We're going to talk about this and we're going to take away from that reserve. That's fine. I agree to that. And I will continue to support this body.
Council President Peralta?
Thank you. Just a factual comment. While we were in the conversation, I just looked at the 5 cities that, the next 6 smallest cities behind McMinnville, which are Woodburn, 5, Woodburn, Tualatin, Forest Grove, Westland, and Wilsonville, and they all have a community manager. I mean, I don't know the nature of the position, but a community outreach manager. And so I don't think it's unusual for cities to have that type of position. I can't speak to Yamhill County's priorities. I know a lot of the county budgets, certainly relative to the city, are pass-through budgets of federal dollars. So the money that most of the money that comes into the county for things like health and human services or federal or state dollars, it's just a different structure than what we have. So I don't think it's an apples to apples comparison to compare a city structure to a county structure. So thank you.
City Manager Towery.
Thank you. Appreciate the conversation. I won't belabor the issue. I just want to make a couple of last points. I don't think that this is a time when we should actively communicate less in the community. Notwithstanding the current direction of the Budget Committee to add back a number of important reductions from the initial proposed budget, this is still a budget that has less services being provided than we provided last year. And I don't think that that's the time to talk less about what's going on with the organization. I think it's time to talk about more. I can appreciate the comments about Yamhill County. I'll just note they also have 2 deputy administrators and multiple admin staff in the county administrator's office. We don't have any of that. I'm not asking for it, but we don't just go around looking at what other organizations do and say, well, they do this, so we have to do it. We're trying to do the things to serve this unique community in the most effective way and efficient way possible. And I think internal communications is an important part of that. Thank you.
Director Hedges.
Thank you. Committee Member Bolden, I just wanted to let you know in the Q&A number 4 that was posted today, there was a request for job descriptions for the library. I provided a link in that document, and it includes job descriptions for all positions at the city, this position included.
Any further comments? I think we will conduct a straw poll about getting rid of the position of the communications director. All in favor, raise your hand. It's 3. So there's not enough support, so we will not add it to our nice little sheet, whatever we want to call that. Oh, yes. Did you have any more, Councilor Tukolski, any other things you wanted to bring to the table?
No, that was it, except I did just want to clarify that City Manager Towery and I did discuss this position on May 9th. So I just wanted to say it shouldn't have been a complete surprise, but that's all just for the record.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Councilor Geary had some things he wanted to bring to the table.
Just one. For a long time, the McMinnville Downtown Association has been a vital contributor to the area in which they are in charge of, the downtown. And this year, we are pulling $14,000. We continually contribute to that organization, and I understand why we did it. I think especially hurts this year in the organization's eyes, the Downtown Association's eyes, because the OMI has the largest contributor becoming off their rolls as a contribution to their funds. To hit them with both those things at once, I think, is a super detrimental thing to have, in both things happen in one year. I'd like to see potentially calling for a straw poll on bringing that back in as a $14,000 add back to that organization that has provided an immense amount of value to the Downtown Association, to the downtown.
Yes, Councilor Tukolski.
I had a general question. Is that the organization that put you on a billboard on the south end of town?
Nope.
Okay. Which one is that?
It was a grant-funded effort through the library.
Okay, just curious, thank you. That's all.
Any other comments or questions?
I would like to add in, I'd like to get a salary number for the deputy recorder, and also take a look, Director Henry, if you could put the big chart back up on the board.
Did you just drop pull on the ND?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought we did that.
No.
It's late. It's getting late,
getting
people,
late.
so I'm sorry. I apologize for jumping ahead. Sorry, Zach.
It's all good.
But it probably would be good to see the top of this chart. Any other comments before we take the straw poll? Yes?
I would say that, just for the record, without the help of the MDA, this last weekend's UFO Fest would not be nearly as large as it is. We welcome, I think, somewhere around 15,000 people, 25,000 people. Wow. Okay. So it's a huge draw to this community. It has been here through the thick and thin. It is truly a blood, sweat, and tears organization. The amount of effort that gets put in, not only by the board, but by the very limited staffing to put on those level of events. The weekly farmers market is also a part of it. So I would echo my fellow counselor in that to remove the 14,000 and also take OMI off of their rolls would be a significant blow to an organization that is already very, very thin in its resources.
I just have a question. What is their sources of revenue? It's just each business gives a certain amount, or?
There's membership, there's income from events. No, there's membership fees for the people that are members of the MDA. There is also the tax that you refer to, but there's also revenue from booths that would be at the UFO, but that event typically breaks even. And then probably the largest is the farmers market revenue from the booths that they manage.
Thanks. All right, let's do a straw poll. Who is in favor of bringing back the 14,000 for MDA? You abstain? Okay.
You have 2 on 1.
8. Two.
Okay, did I get it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
2 online.
8, 9. Okay, sorry, it's just getting late. I'm the counting. Yes, okay, so that will be added to the add backs. Did we have any other?
May I?
Yes, please.
There was a question as to the cost for the deputy recorder.
Yes.
I believe, yes, 101,000.
All in. All benefits.
That's all benefits.
101, everything included.
Counselor Cunningham.
One of the things that I learned recently, and Claudia, please correct me because I'm not going to say this correctly. We are mandated to digitize all of our documents that are currently on paper since the beginning of the city. It is a massive undertaking that is exceptionally slow, and I will hand it over to Claudia to explain that one.
I don't know that it's a mandate that we have to digitize everything.
And then I rescind what I said. Something we need. It's something that we've been actively working on, yes?
Yes, it's something that every department should be digitized as possible so we can better access our files and then therefore be able to provide them if we needed to.
I apologize for misspeaking.
And the city recorder, deputy city recorder position is 79% general fund supported. And so just wanted to let you know that it's not 100%.
So the 101 is from the general fund, though? No. Oh.
101 would be all in for that position. And so it would be, 79% of that.
Which would be really close to 79.
Where does the 21% fund from?
It's allocated out to other funds as, all of admin is allocated out to other funds based on the estimated work done in support. We have had the chance to evaluate workload over the last several months, and we have had a budgeted but unfilled part-time position in the budget for legal support. Partly that kind of support is really unique to the attorney that you have on board, and so David being relatively new, we didn't press to move that issue forward, particularly as we have gone through this budget process. Both Claudia and David have been talking a lot about the respective support that we think is probably a better model than the full-time deputy city recorder and a part-time legal position. If you would like us to bring back a specific proposal for an FTE that would support both the legal office and the recorder's office, we could do that. We wouldn't necessarily recommend reinstating the original position as it was. But how you want to move ahead with a straw poll conversation is really up to you. I'd suggest that it's sort of analogous to the funds associated with the police department. Sort of rather than dictating specifically what positions, you said, well, let's put some money in there for up to X number of positions at the discretion of the director. And I guess we'd like the opportunity to sort of let you know what our current thinking is about how to better support that part of the operation.
Councilor President Peralta, did you have a response to that?
I'd be interested in hearing the discussion from the group.
Oh. Committee Member Bolden?
So Jeff, are you talking like maybe a paralegal type position? And I'm assuming when you're saying coordinated, it's a full-time position that it would be shared.
Yeah, it would be a position that definitely had some specific legal expertise. I would defer to David whether he's talking paralegal specifically or something else, but we do need some legal expertise in that position. It would be split, I'm going to say roughly 50-50 between the recorder, city manager, recorder's office and the legal office.
I'm assuming, not to talk for you, but they would also probably help with the coordination of your outside, that we were talking about with outside contracts, professional contracts that you use?
Not necessarily.
No.
No.
Just to close the loop, I'm not looking for a paralegal, more particularly a legal secretary.
Mayor Morris?
So it's in your budget right now, is it halftime that's in the budget?
Yes, that's right.
Do we think that the halftime person can serve both those roles enough without having to add another 50? Or can we see?
I think I can answer that we can see. I have only contemplated it as halftime in legal. Whether there was more time somewhere else was how it's been talked about before.
I just think that since it's unsure and it's a new position in your office, that maybe before we jump to adding another half-time employee, that we just see if it's able to help Claudia some and help you and keep them busy. That's just a thought.
Committee Member Bolden?
Sorry, this really interests me. No, it all interests me. I was just wondering, would it still be under the same funding structure that Crystal mentioned, though, where a portion of that is paid elsewhere.
Everybody in admin is charged out at different percentages, so some of that position would be charged out of the general fund as well. I don't know that it would equate to the exact percentage that the previous position was allocated.
This possibility is adding a 0.5? Is that what I'm hearing?
There is a 0.5 in my budget.
Right. So are we adding a full FTE on top of that? No. So wouldn't that be, yeah, thank you.
They're coming back.
Are you?
Do we have a range for this position?
So
Are we?
we've got a little bit of work that we need to do. I think if you want to have a straw poll about adding an FTE to admin to support legal and admin functions, we would recognize that we've got some money budgeted already when we brought back, so we'd come back to you with a description of the kind of work that we would have done and sort of the delta between what's budgeted in David's budget for a part-time position and what we would need for a full-time position, if that's what you straw poll and that's gets some support. So we're not going to do anything until you tell us what you want to see.
Councilor Chenoweth?
I guess I'm confused, because what I thought I heard Mayor saying was not adding any FTEs, but instead just using the half FTE that's already in the budget and splitting it between the two. Is that what I heard you say? So we wouldn't be actually having a straw poll on this at this point, because we're just sticking with what's already in the budget, correct?
That's what Mayor Morris,
Sal.
Sal had suggested bringing back.
I would be interested in hearing what staff comes back with, but in light of the new information, I'm a little bit more comfortable with what we have. But again, still very open to hearing other folks on the dais and their opinions about this. But I am sympathetic to the mayor's position.
Councilor Chenoweth?
I would be supportive of the mayor's position.
All right. So I'm not sure if we do a straw poll or if we just ask for information to come back.
I think it's the latter. I'm sorry, I'm pulling a Chris Chenoweth. We can just bring you some information back.
Great. Okay. I don't even know where my script is.
I have one more ask, sorry. The $10,000 for downtown public art. I'm just wondering if we have done that quite often. Can we skip a year? I'd like to put that on the table.
Is that, Director Berg wants to respond?
Sorry, Jenny.
So I'm the city liaison for that committee, and there was discussion about skipping that for a year. I will say that, oh, and you did receive the email from
Mr. Rupp.
Mr. Rupp about the funding that that will be contributed to that, the additional donations that will be contributed to that, that is tied to it being funded by the city also.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions?
I at this point, don't recall Mr. Rupp. I'm sorry. At this point, I don't recall Mr. Rupp's email, and so what was the match?
I think this year it's 3,000, and in future years 4,000.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Tukolsky.
I support forgoing the art for 1 year and 1 year only, if we could make it that way. It seems opulent this year, as well as the flower baskets downtown. I love the flower baskets, but I don't know if I love, what was it, $8,000 worth of flower baskets?
6,000.
6,750.
What's that?
$6,750.
$6,750 worth of flowers. Yes, I like flowers, but that's, I don't know. It doesn't seem reasonable, so, for 1 year.
I mean, I don't think we can make decisions for a future budget committee, so we can't say it's for 1 year, but we can vote for this year. So ask for any more comments about it before I do a straw poll on the 10,000. Okay. Is there support for eliminating the $10,000 for art this year? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's not support at this time. When we would like a straw poll for the flower baskets.
Yes, please.
Okay. Is there support for eliminating the flower baskets at roughly 6,500?
6,750.
Okay. For that amount. If there's support for eliminating the flower baskets, please raise your hand. 3. Any online? Okay, there is not support. You keeping up, Director Henry? Sorry about that.
I think so.
Okay. Is there anything else? Any other recommendations for reductions or adds? Counselor Chenoweth?
Well, actually, I'm not going to do reductions or add. So because there was enough of a dramatic pause there that I think we're done with the adds and subtractions. So my question is, if all we have left is to approve this, and we all know that we're going to do this using the reserve funds, do we need to move forward to another night when we can do this in one fell swoop, and we all already know that that's exactly the direction we're heading?
That is a very good question. There was a request of a very important person to sleep on it. And
Can we take a straw poll?
we could,
If I'm important or if that's okay.
I will say that I did hear that some people were interested in maybe taking money out of the $1 million for capital versus the reserves. Yes, Councilor Tukolsky?
I still have the outstanding question about the senior center.
Oh, that's true.
I don't want to leave that out.
We
Yeah,
do
you're welcome.
have a few outstanding questions. So would you still like a straw poll?
Mike, hold on. I feel like we have really worked hard, and I would love to get this completed tonight. And I really, really love our staff to not have to come back for another night. You guys going to give me support on this argument? I got one back there in the corner. I think we all know the direction this is heading. I know the argument for the building fund, taking it from there. I get that, but I think we can do it in a quick 30-second argument and be done.
We still have the other funds to go through, though. Yeah, just like we thought everything else was quick.
City Manager Towery, did you want to respond? Okay, so as long as you also know we would have to discuss the other funds.
Remember that.
We can do a straw poll. No? No? Oh, Committee Member Bolden? Yes. Yes.
You were talking about the funds just now. Could they be used for the senior center?
So those funds have to be used for very specific purposes. So.
Well, we weren't anticipating that you would approve the entire budget tonight because you haven't actually talked about roughly $80 million of municipal assets at all, not to put too fine a point on it. I think it feels like you're pretty close to done on the general fund, which is really, really important, and that's where you should be spending a lot of time. But we don't want to ignore Leland and the other $80 million of goods and services that we provide. Director Muir was also going to bring back some information tomorrow specifically about maybe some discrete investments for the senior center. I would figure out a way to release as many staff people as possible from tomorrow night. I will be here for sure. Katie will be here for sure. We just want to be able to make sure you provide due diligence to the rest of the proposed budget. And so we would welcome not 5 hours tomorrow. That'd be awesome.
Okay, I think we're all on board with that. Director Henry, can you email out an updated version of this so we can all look at it?
Sure, I can send that out.
Thank you. All right. There being no further business to come before the committee, I will now adjourn the Budget Committee meeting at 11:01 p.m. The budget will reconvene on Friday, May 23rd at 6 p.m.